I call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council meeting for June 9th, 2026. Virtual participation in council meeting are available on your computer or smartphone via Microsoft Teams or by telephone. You can learn how to participate virtually by visiting our website at www.clermontfl.gov and search for Attend Council Meeting online. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given an opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public in person and virtually. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. In an effort to be respectful during the meeting, please make sure your cell phones are set to silence. Thank you for participating in your city government. Tonight's invocation will be given by Jocelyn Williamson from the Central Florida Free Thought community. Please rise and remain standing for the pledge.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city staff, and neighbors. As we gather today, let us recognize the responsibility of public service and the trust placed in this room. June gives us much to reflect on. Juneteenth reminds us that freedom, though promised, has too often been delayed, denied, or unevenly protected. This month also asks us to consider dignity, safety, mental health, and the burdens many people carry quietly. Pride Month reminds us that people should be able to live honestly, safely, and without fear. PTSD Awareness Month, National Safety Month, and Men's Health Month remind us that strong communities are built not only through laws and budgets, but through care, awareness, and a willingness to look out for one another. James Baldwin once wrote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." That is a worthwhile consideration for public service. A community grows stronger when it makes room for every resident to be seen, heard, and considered. Today, as this council considers budgets, services, public resources, and the practical needs of a growing city, let its work be guided by facts, fairness, and a care for the people of Clermont. Let public dollars be handled with wisdom, disagreement met with patience, and public concerns heard with respect. And may all of us remember that self-government asks something of everyone: honesty, humility, participation, and concern for one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Please be seated. This afternoon we have two presentations. The first presentation is the Deputy City Clerk CMC recognition.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize our Deputy City Clerk. I am speaking on behalf of the Florida Association of City Clerks as a past president. It is my pleasure to recognize Deputy City Clerk Nicole Wisniewski for earning Certified Municipal Clerk CMC designation through the International Institute of Municipal Clerks and the Florida Association of City Clerks. Achieving this designation requires extensive professional development and a commitment to excellence in local government. Nicole successfully completed the rigorous Municipal Clerks Institute program through the Florida Institute of Government at Florida State University, along with additional educational, professional, and service requirements. The CMC designation represents a significant professional achievement and demonstrates Nicole's dedication to serving our community of Clermont with the highest standards of professionalism. This accomplishment is only the beginning of a lifelong commitment to professional growth, and I have no doubt Nicole will continue pursuing excellence through advanced certifications and leadership opportunities within our profession, to include Master Municipal Clerk program. Nicole is now part of an elite group of municipal professionals, and this achievement would not be possible without the city's support for continuing education and professional development. On behalf of the Florida Association of City Clerks, its Board of Directors, Professional Education Committee, and members throughout the state of Florida, congratulations, Nicole. We are incredibly proud of your accomplishment. Please congratulate Deputy City Clerk Nicole Wisniewski on becoming one of Florida's newest certified municipal clerks. Nicole, display your certificate and wear your pin with pride as symbols of dedication, professionalism, and commitment to public service.
Do she want a picture? Tracy, I just have one comment on that, if I may. With all that newfound knowledge, do that pay increase come with that?
I'm happy to say Nicole is now a supervisor in the clerk's office.
Okay, so, thank you. The second presentation is the quarterly budget report for fiscal year 2026, quarter 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Scott Bohr, Finance Director, and thanks for this opportunity to present to you our quarterly budget report for the current fiscal year 25-26. As a reminder to everyone, this report is available on the Finance Department webpage on the city's website, and it does include, I'm going to go through this report rather quickly, but this report does include, with all the data tables presented in here, drill down capabilities for additional detail in the lower right-hand corner of these reports. And at the conclusion, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. So with that introduction, this first data table that you see before you is a citywide presentation of total revenues and expenditures grouped by various fund types. Beginning with our revenues up in the middle portion of the data table, you'll see our comparison for where we were the year-to-date 2025 and the current fiscal year. Currently, we're at $76.9 million in revenues received, which is slightly less, $3 million less than the same point last year. That is because of interfund transfers related to reimbursements from a bond fund that existed at that point for a capital project. And then moving down below to the totals on the expenditures, it's a similar story. Year-to-date, we're at $55.3 million in total expenses across all funds. But if you go up a couple lines, you'll see a similar decrease in expenditures in the enterprise funds for that same reason. Taking the same presentation on a citywide level and same data and looking specifically at the revenues, in the lower right-hand corner of this data table, you'll see year-to-date, we're at 54% of our revenues at the midpoint point of the fiscal year, so that's a good sign. Buoyed by the very top line, our general fund, where we're at 70% at the mid-year point. That's primarily due, as mentioned in previous quarterly reports, because of the seasonality distribution of ad valorem taxes. But in addition to that, we've received a few federal FEMA reimbursement grants in this first year that was unbudgeted. So the next budget amendment we bring before you will reconcile that, likely at the end of at the next meeting in the end of June. The 54% year-to-date across all city funds is trending well in terms of our budget plan. Still looking at a citywide presentation by fund group type. We're now on the expenditures. You'll see in the lower right-hand corner, we're at 34% of budget across the entire city. One reason, the primary reason for that is our capital spending. If you look solely at our capital spending, year-to-date, we spent $6.9 million of our $51 million budgeted for capital projects. Now, that being said, in the third quarter, we have brought several capital projects before you in contracts. Those have been approved. So incrementally, we will see an increase in the third quarter. But at the mid-year point, which this report reflects, we were lagging behind in our capital spending. The outlier in this group, third line down, is our debt service funds. You see at 107%. I touched on this in the last quarterly report. That is due to higher than anticipated carryover of the accounting related to the closeout of the wastewater treatment plant project. I can happily tell you at this point the accounting on that has been completed, so that'll be incorporated into the next budget amendment before you as well, where we will reconcile those final expenditures. All right, now moving on to specifically to the general fund for the next few tables. This first one, much like the citywide presentation, is simply showing you the totals on the revenue side by account type, and then down below by expenditure grouping. In the middle of the table, you'll see fiscal year 26 year to date, we've received just over $41 million in revenue, which is slightly higher than the same pace last year, and of course that is primarily tied to ad valorem receipts. And then down below, year-to-date, $26.2 million in expenditures year-to-date, about $3 million higher than this same point last year, and that's primarily due to the operating costs within, the anticipated operating costs within the general fund. Looking at it percentage-wise, again, 70% of all revenue has been received in the general fund. The tax collections, as you see on the top line, 81% of our ad valorem has been received year to date. So there still is some outstanding that will get up through the month of July typically. One thing to bring to attention that is embedded within this report is something that I look at closely, and that is our sales tax distributions from the state, which appears in the intergovernmental revenue line. Primarily, specifically, I'm referring to the local half-cent sales tax rate. Those distributions year-to-date are right on target. We're right at 50%, but again, as I've mentioned in other budget presentations and in our budget planning, sales tax distributions to the city is flat. There's very little growth year over year on sales tax, and that's continuing so far this fiscal year. Then the last slide, specific to the general fund, is on the expenditures. Lower right-hand corner, as you see, we're at 41% of our total year-to-date expenditures budgeted within the general fund. All spending categories, as you see to the far right, or all spending categories, personnel, contractual services, professional services, which is not displayed, but all of those categories are below 50%. And then as you see there, all of the department groupings are below 50%, which is a good sign, with the slight exception of our smallest by far area, that's economic development, which is slightly ahead of budget. But all in all, general fund is in really good shape in terms of the pace of spending our expenditures. Last data table within the report is our fund balance summary. And there's several things on here that I would like to point out to you. Starting on the far left corner where it says beginning fund balance. As you recall, we completed the fiscal year audit in March during this third quarter. So all the figures you see within that quarter have been updated to reflect what those audited numbers are. And in the case of the general fund, this number presented on here is net of what our fund balance policy is. There's a discrepancy. Again, we're showing you publicly during this presentation the report that is embedded on the city's website. Unfortunately, and I apologize, there's a discrepancy in the PDF version that was attached to your packet. That language was not updated in that PDF version in your packet. But this is correct, and I can assure you that that number is net of that fund balance policy. So as you read across here, you'll see we are currently projecting that at year end, our fund balance, or our unreserved fund balance, above and beyond that policy requirement, will be approximately $24.1 million. And that's a number that we'll continue to refine and update as we go through the budget planning exercises, which we currently are. And we'll be distributing that proposed budget to you on or around July 1st. So, but that's where we stood at the 6-month point of the fiscal year. That concludes my prepared remarks. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Boer, do you have any concerns with us collecting all of the taxes? We're at 81%. Do you think we'll get to 100%?
Historically, we are in the 94 to 98% range annually. So if past performance, and that's been consistent for more than a decade. Okay. So as long as that holds true, no, I won't have any concerns.
And what was the issue with judgments? There was a line item there on judgments and collections. That one jumped out at me.
Probably in the general fund, I assume.
Yes. Judgments, fines, and forfeitures. What is that? And
Off
Are
the
we-
top of my head, I am not sure.
okay, well, I don't usually get to catch you. Can you speak briefly to our debt service? I noticed we had a large contribution last year to our debt service. We're ahead on debt service this year. Are we getting ahead on our debts and paying off the debts, or what's happening in the debt service funds?
Well, there's a couple things at play there. One is there's certainly a seasonality effect. We pay all of our principal debt payments are done early in the year, in the month of December, and then we follow it up with some smaller interest-only payments in July. So when you're looking at a Q2 report, the figures and percentages do look skewed, but we're certainly right on budget, and that's frankly an easy budget number to plug into the budget. Conversely, or a second point is that a reminder that in this current budget, we did plan on a debt issuance related to a capital project downtown. That has not occurred, and at least from what I'm aware of, that won't occur this fiscal year. So we do have that in the budget that we could theoretically reserve in a commitment form or just altogether take out of the budget at this point, assuming my information is still current.
Is that amount included in the 24 million surplus?
No,
Thank you. Appreciate all your hard work. Your
course.
team's doing a great job.
thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, sales tax, half cent, you say that's flat?
Yes, sir.
We're not, it's not, it's all this increased in commercial, coming in town, but basically it's not increasing or anything, it's still remaining flat?
That's correct. That's what the data shows. I very much, sir, would like to have a better understanding of the state's allocation calculations and methods. That
Well,
would
I guess that was gonna be my next question. Is it flat, or is it remaining flat, or it's just the way it's been allocated to us?
That's the question.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the question.
But in terms of what we receive, it's definitely flat year over year.
Okay, all right, so well, if you don't mind, let's check in the way they allocate now, because it seems a little strange for it to still remain the same year after year with all the growth and everything we have, so I
Yes.
think it's more or less maybe doing with the way they allocate and everything, so.
Will do. Thank
So,
you.
thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, sir, great job. All right, next is public comments. If you wish to address the council in person, please come to the microphone and state your name and address. Once in-person comments have concluded, we will move on to virtual comments. If you are participating online, Microsoft Teams, and wish to provide comments, please raise your hand, and you will be called on to unmute your microphone when it is your turn to speak. If you are participating by phone, you will press *5 on your phone to raise your hand. Then when called upon, you will press *6 to unmute your microphone. All virtual participants, if you wish to comment on other items on the agenda, please stay on Microsoft Teams or on your phone and raise your hand when the item comes up on the agenda. This portion of the meeting is only for items that are not on the agenda. In the interest of time and efficiency and ensuring everyone who wishes to address the council is given the opportunity to do so, each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. To avoid disruption of the meeting, speakers should avoid inappropriate language, personal attacks, derogatory statements, and direct comments to the city council. Everyone is requested to be respectful of each other, even when we disagree. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Paula Hoisington, 564 East DeSoto Street. A couple of meetings back, I made a comment about the no parking signs at Bloxham and Scott. And I want to thank Stoney and his team. I did call him. We met the next day. He brought his team out. I got a neighbor that is directly on the corner to meet us there. We looked at the area, discussed the area, and the sign was put up. So I thank him very much and his team for doing that right away. I also want to thank Chief Graysick and the police department. One, for continuing to host the community meetings, where the community can come in, find out what's going on in their community, ask questions, and they provide data. It's starting to work. If you see something, say something. The chief is making it more comfortable for folks to feel comfortable saying what's going on. We had some activity about a week ago. I think I was in Boston then. Anyway, we had some activity on some areas that we were concerned with, and the community cannot thank the chief and the police department. I know it's not the end, it's just the start, but we really do appreciate them paying attention to the area, listening to the community, and taking action. So I'd like to give them a hand, and thank you very much.
Thank you. This is public comment. Anyone in the chamber wish to address anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes.
I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District. Farm tip of the day. It's watermelon season, and this is a super cool hack on when to harvest watermelons. The vine that goes from the plant will go to a vine which will go to the actual fruit. Where they intersect, on the opposite side, there will be a curlicue. That curlicue, when it turns brown, your watermelon is ready to be harvested. Mayor, council, distinguished guests, is our country ethically and morally bankrupt? Are we a country that is only transactional and we only do something for our own return on investment for ourselves rather than for the community? There's an old adage, you never see a hearse pulling a U-Haul trailer. Which means you can't take it with you. If you ask any hospice nurse what the reoccurring theme is, it is on our deathbeds, I wish I would have not worked as much. I wish I would have spent more time with my family and friends. I wish I was more compassionate and kind and decent. 20 college students were given $10 each. 10 of them were told to go spend it on themselves. 10 of them were told to go spend it on someone else. Those that spent it on themselves came back and their happiness was flatlined, stayed the same. Those who spent it on someone else, their happiness increased. Joy is found in serving others. During World War II, Oskar Schindler, a factory owner, saved over 1,400 Jews. At the end of the war, the 1,400 survivors came around and thanked him for saving their lives. He broke down, he kicked his car, and he said, I didn't need this car. I could have saved 20 more of you. I began this speech with a question, and I'm going to end with a question. If we are not here to serve each other, why are we? I am Farmer Banks Helfrich, candidate for State House District 25, and I serve. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sir?
Can you put the camera on?
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Shue. I'm retired military. I have a restricted address. Mayor Tim Murray, council members, distinguished senior staff. I want to say thank you for the great state of Florida. I've been here a little over 13 years now when I retired from the military after 33 years. I love living here in this community. I found it about 15 years ago, and when I was getting planning my retirement, I wanted to come here. I thank the state, the veterans organizations for the opportunity to serve. I think military service is often underrated. But this is about Flag Day. Flag Day is this coming Sunday. It's a very important holiday. People miss a lot. Most important part about Flag Day, though, is actually that Flag Day is actually the Army's birthday. And so if you served in the Army, would you please stand up? I know we got a Marine
Address
here.
the council, please, sir.
Thank you, sir. I know there's other service members, I just want to recognize them, Mr. Today is their day.
Yes.
The Army is the only service that predates our country. Without the Minuteman, without those members who left their families, often to freeze, cold and outside, houses being burnt down by the British, we would not live in this country today. I had the honor of serving in multiple combat tours with Army bosses. Probably the most distinguished two were, one's kind of famous, Colonel John Mulholland, 5th Group Commander, the 12 Horsemen, Afghanistan when I was over there in 01 and 02, and General Carl Steiner. He was a famous Green Beret, was my boss in Lebanon. My father served in the Army in World War II, was drafted in December 41. My uncle was a Marine. Two of my uncles who were born in the late 1800s, my grandfather was born in 1870, served in World War I. And so people said, oh, you were going to go in the military. I had no idea. I got a GED and I had nothing to do in the late 70s because I started working when I was 14. The Army provides a lot of people opportunity. There's amazing men and women that come out of the Army. Some come out of West Point. Some are just enlisted basic training. But those people who have the courage to put their hand and take that oath to bleed, sacrifice, and die need to be recognized. All those that serve need to be recognized. I thank you for what you do. God bless America. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? This is public comment. Anyone in the chamber wish to address anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no one else in chamber, I close chamber. We have anyone, no one online, so I'm gonna close public comment altogether. Mr. Van Wagner, before we go any further, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one change. Item number 10 is being removed.
Item number 10. So it's total, completely removed?
It's withdrawn, yeah.
Okay, so we don't need any actions. We don't need to take any action. Okay. All right, the next portion of the meeting is the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. Yeah. If anyone in the audience wish to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or member of the city council wish to speak on a consent item, they have the same opportunity. The consent items tonight is for consideration is items 1 through 11, with the exception of number 10, which has been removed. Okay. So any item need to be removed from the consent agenda? Any item need to be
Mr.
removed?
Mayor, I'd like to pull the items number 4 and 9. 4 and 9.
And 9. Any other?
7 and 8.
Any other? Hearing no other, I will entertain a motion on items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 11.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 11. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. All right, item number 4.
We can, oh, okay. Want me to talk about it?
You pulled it, right?
Yeah. I mean, 4 and, it goes together with the other one. I'm pulling it not for the merit of the project, but for the timing of the project. I think what we really need to do now with the upcoming property taxes vote that's going to be coming in November, we should look at all of these projects as a whole, maybe make a workshop meeting about it, and then we could discuss what we have to do, because obviously our pool is going to be shrinking, and we should think where we want to spend our money on. And I think it's important. So that's the reason I'm doing it. Agree?
Okay.
Do we want to give the public a chance?
Yes.
And that goes, for item 9 also.
This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, item number 4 on the consent agenda, may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone want to address this item, may come to the microphone and state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in chamber, anyone online, no one online, I bring it back to council. What say council? I tend to agree with you on that, even though I think this is a project that I would kind of like to see move forward. I don't know which way the vote gonna go on the property taxes, and I'm thinking if we have the fund in this, and listen to what I just heard in the budget report, to go ahead and do this project. I would like to see this go ahead, because even if the taxes are eliminated, that won't affect this upcoming budget. Okay, it will affect the next year's budget, and I know we need to probably be looking at everything, and I would totally agree with the fact that we probably need to be really looking at the fact of not looking to fund too many new projects right now, and maybe even looking at what we're going to do, set 2 or 3 different budgets for the upcoming future. But I do know right now we do have a little bit of funding that this will be in, and this has been a project that's been in the making for a number of years now. So if we could move it forward, I would like to see that one move forward.
I see what you're saying on with it, but it's, in my opinion, I think it's a need versus a want.
Mm-hmm.
And with the uncertainty with how the voters are going to vote for property tax, I think we should only do needs and not wants.
Mm-hmm.
And that's more of a want, in my opinion, than a need.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is tough because we're talking about potential hypotheticals and what ifs, and if it does pass as written, it will have effects.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, we also have a community to care for and make investments in, and we have to balance that. I don't know. I'm torn on this because we don't currently have a stage over here. And so I have different feelings about this than I do the other item, Councilmember Peterson, that you pulled, the number 9, because it's currently existing. And it goes to a maintenance thing versus a new item. But I also think that if we find ourselves in a situation where we're able to do this project, we're not going to have any architectural or engineering services done on it. And that price is only going to get more expensive from today. I doubt that's going to go down. And so this architectural and engineering design, as I understand it, and please, Mr. City Manager or someone, correct me if I'm wrong, is just authorizing, not just, but I should say, it is authorizing the architectural and engineering design. It is not actually approving full expenses for the project. It's to find out what that project would look like, what it would cost, and what it would all involve, a timeline, etc. And so I'm torn. I can go either way on this item, but I certainly recognize the uncertainty and the concern and the kind of unknown related to any kind of property tax amendment in the future. But I also don't want to see us just not do anything for this community because of that. We do have some operations and some obligations that we need to fulfill. And I'm not sure if this one rises to that, but I think there are going to need to be others, maybe similar to the other item, that we need to still invest and make sure we're taking care of our resources and our community members.
I share your thoughts. In fact, I share everybody's thoughts. I am mindful that we have a workshop next week where we're getting the National Recreation and Parks assessment. And I think if the objective is to look at the 10,000-foot view, we'll have that next week. And so I would support a motion to just table this until the next meeting of June 23rd. in part because one of the elements of the proposed constitutional amendment is potentially, we don't know yet, restrictive on expenditures in parks and recreation. So I don't necessarily want to wait too long for projects that we had anticipated in fiscal year 26. That being said, this didn't come to us in December. It is coming to us in June. And so I think if the council would support a motion to table this to June 23rd, it gives us the opportunity of the NRPA presentation next week before we make a final decision on June 23rd on this item. So that'll be my motion, is to table this to June 23rd.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to table this item to June 23rd. Any further discussion? Yeah, I would just want to add this. Mr. Van Wagner, for the workshop next week, can you go back and with finance and everything and look how much money we've been spending each year? Renting stages and all that to put out there, okay? Because we continue to spend money each year out there putting these stages up and all, and so to me, I'm looking at the cost factor here, saving here and all as well. So if we can have all that information for us at the workshop, we would appreciate it. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
If not, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 7.
Yeah, I pulled this one. My only real reason for pulling it was we have a pattern of approving a number closer to 10 in the range of professionals that are on our list and our roster, so to speak. And in this case, there were 9 that qualified, if I read the packet correctly. And so I was, I guess, curious, but I would be supportive of approving up to 10 based on each of these categories, if that's a possibility. So that's the reason why I pulled both 7 and 8. Not necessarily strong opinions, but for some reason we're restricting the numbers, and the numbers feel arbitrary. So I was seeking clarification on that, why we wouldn't just go for 10, or the maximum in this case was 9.
Okay, this is a public, anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the chamber may come, want to speak on this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Item number 7. Seeing no one in the chamber, no one online, I will close it. One of the questions I would have on that, Miss Strange, is the fact that I guess it goes back to Freddie and whoever did the scoring of these. Did they just go with 6 because the other 3 they felt like wasn't qualified?
Right, that's what I was seeking. Exactly, that's why I was seeking clarification.
So
I don't know if Mr. Mathis can speak to it.
Yeah, we'd have to call Freddie up here. I wasn't on that panel, so I wasn't part of the discussion at all. So,
yeah.
Good afternoon. Yes, the committee decides on their own how many they want to select.
Okay.
There's no pattern, there's no number, it's based on pure the decision on how they want to achieve that goal.
Was the committee comprised of electrical engineers from the community who are familiar with this subject matter?
No, none of the committee members are from that experience.
And it was my understanding that we instructed staff to use professionals whenever we were doing an assessment of professionals. Is that not accurate? I thought we agreed that we were going to do that.
I don't recall, to be honest with you, but my thing is I've always left procurement items up to procurement office.
It says in the policy that they can, and they can
can,
seek outside,
Right.
Experts on committees. But there's been that's in our policy, it's in our procurement policies, but it's not a mandate.
Mandate, right.
I thought we discussed at the workshop on procurement that anytime a professional service provider was being assessed, that we would get professionals in the community because our policy did allow it, and that we gave that direction at the workshop so that we could ensure that we actually have qualified people doing the assessment of the qualifications of the professionals that we're assessing.
Well, I do remember we had the discussion, but if I'm not mistaken, I wasn't too thrilled with that, because my question then is, okay, how do we go about selecting which expert to do be on the panel? See, and all. Then we have to set up a whole new procurement process, I guess, a selection committee to determine which expert we're gonna use.
Well, it's already in our process, and frankly, I'd rather have community members who are qualified, who are donating their time, than having department heads who have no qualification in the subject area, who are taking their time to do these assessments without the experience to back it up. And my recollection was we had a majority agreed that that was prudent and practical, and this is now the second time that it's happened since that procurement meeting, and so I want to bring it to the council's attention. I mean,
Well, maybe what we need, is an amendment to the or to have a discussion on an amendment to the policies, because right now it's not required.
It's not, I don't
and
think we ever agreed on changing the policy and everything.
We already
We
have a
talked about
policy.
it, but I don't think we agreed to make that. Gave them the opportunity to. Okay.
I think what you're
What-
talking about is changing a can to a shall.
yes.
Exactly.
I'd be happy to work with Freddie on amending or improving the policies. The only thing I would say is that with a requirement like that, it may not be possible or
Yeah.
feasible all the time
Right.
on every one to obtain that kind of subject matter expertise, especially for free. And
Yeah.
so it may be that we would also need an escape hatch kind of certification, that we've made a
Yeah.
good faith effort to seek them. But I think that's why we'd have to really put our heads into that.
Well, my understanding that when you are part of procurement, you know how to actually do the assessments. Because you don't have to have expertise in that field per se. What it is to make sure that everyone has an opportunity and it's fair across the board. That's the purpose of it. Not to necessarily say, oh, you're an engineer, you're a scientist over here. It's if you have the qualifications to actually assess it fairly. That's what the whole purpose of this, from my understanding, with procurement altogether.
And some of the questions are very much check the box, but others are an actual assessment of the qualifications of the individuals in the firm and their career experience. That's where I have concerns that we may not be getting the highest quality results.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Mr. Strange, but in this process, when they submit the application, how do we go about, even if I'm an expert, how do I look at a piece of paper and tell whether a person, this company, these people they have in the company is actually overqualified or qualified or not?
Well,
I
that's
don't
what the
have all that
license-
in the package they submit,
But
okay?
that's the license. So the people assessing these professionals don't have the license that they're assessing the professionals for.
But don't they have but they have certification, because you have to have warrants in order to do certain contracting and whatnot. So they do have training in that. They're not just people just pulled out the air necessarily
No,
to
they
assess
are.
it.
It's just department heads that are pulled out for a project to assess electrical engineers, people who have never done electrical engineering and don't have the license for it. That's my concern, not the items, did they have their license, are they insured? Those things, I don't have any problem with procurement handling those, but on the assessment of the qualifications of the applicants and their experience, I would much prefer to see the people who have the license that we're assessing doing an assessment of their peers than asking somebody who's never done it before to make a qualification determination of the individuals that are professional.
Again, they are trained in order to know how to do it, because the policy, the purpose is to be fair for everyone to have a fair shot at doing it. And from my understanding, because my husband does this for a living, it's never been, you have to be the scientist in order to evaluate another scientist. It's,
Hello.
do you have the contract, you have the training, you have the award, so to speak, certification to be able to assess that. And maybe that's more of what you want to have. What you're saying is to make sure that they have that certificate, that award, that they are qualified indeed.
Correct, yeah. Well, and you see, because they're ranking them on a scale of 0 to 10. So
Right.
when you start ranking a professional's experience in a field, if you don't have the experience in the field to judge that person's qualifications, you really can't. That's the nature of licensed professions, is that they're often self-regulating for that reason. So I thought we all agreed on that. If we didn't, then maybe I'm out of line,
I
but
really don't remember.
I thought that we had an agreement.
I don't
remember, to be
recall.
honest.
I was gonna say,
I
excuse
remember
me.
a discussion, but I don't think
We
it
did
was
have
an
a
agreement
discussion.
because
Did
it's
we?
a similar thing. For example, Freddie,
But that's neither here nor there.
in this process, right, if I were a professional grade, what I would be doing is be actually going through all the application that everybody else go through and try to make the determination, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, I think we can all sit down and read the package that they submit and determine about where they're going without having to be experts. I mean, I've sat on committees many times and without even having any expertise in the field, but I was able to read the package and determine which was what, which I thought was best. And I do it all the time at home because when I make purchases at home, I do the same thing. I'm not an expert in electrician, but I know how to sit down and have different electricians come in and tell me, and I make a determination on which one I think is best.
I try to select the committees that have some experience in that field that we're evaluating. They've done it before in the past, so it's not the first time for them. So that's why I do my best to get the best we have in the city to evaluate these proposals.
Right.
I don't, to Councilmember Strange's point, I don't recall a consensus conversation. I do recall talking about it in that, but I don't recall the consensus piece. And I actually agree with the city attorney. I think if we're going to change policy, it should come as an amendment to the policy and not just more of a conversation.
Yeah.
So we actually have a record of what we're actually wanting to have changed. But Mr. Suarez, can I ask you, who was on this one? Who served? Because I don't see it in our packet. So I think we're making an assumption based off of without even in our packet knowing who was on the review committee.
Yeah, normally it's on there. This one is not.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was asking.
When it's done through OpenGov, the software that I use is on there automatically. This is on an Excel spreadsheet because the RFQ itself was so massive, so big I couldn't get the program to work the way I wanted to. I do have the list. I don't have it with me. I can provide it to all you.
Okay.
No issue.
Okay. And when we go about the procurement process, national standards, is it a national standard to have people in the field be the review?
No.
Or what's the guidance, I guess I should say? I don't want to ask that leadingly. What is the guidance on who should serve on a procurement committee?
Right. So it depends on what they're evaluating at the time. For example, if they're evaluating something to do with streets, civil engineering, it will be public works, other directors, maybe some finance, depending what it is.
Okay.
It all depends. There is no set. I could definitely invite people from the public. I mean, from the public to serve in the committee as well. That's not an issue at all. We can definitely do that. But till today, we haven't just.
Okay.
We always done it in house.
And then my other question would be, so if an evaluator is on a committee, are they charged with the task of reviewing only the materials presented and the information answered and not based off of, well, I know this entity and I know
Correct.
their knowledge or I know their work?
Yes, if there's a conflict of interest, that's why I try to keep them separate. For example, if a civil engineer is on the committee, is evaluating some of the work that he could be doing in the future, that
Right.
definitely he would not be part of the committee.
Right.
So yeah, it's a conflict of interest. I have to look at each one individually.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with our process unless we change our process, and then we should have that conversation. I think, too, when we're looking at the numbers, one of the things I always do when I review these is I just look at if it's 6, 8, 10, whatever. I look at where the break-off is in points, and we staff is recommending 6. Between number 6 and number 7, there's a 12-point difference. Between number 6 and number 9, there's nearly a 20-point difference. That tells me that the folks who reviewed this really did feel that it wasn't in our best interest to award this to 7, 8, and 9.
Right.
And so I'm inclined to support staff on the 6 at this point and have the conversation about process if it comes forward.
Mr. Waugh. For example, this is engineering. We have engineers in the city. In this process, we could have called one of our staff engineers to sit on that committee. We would have been okay. With that, Ms. Strange, would that have been okay? We have a lot of these experts in the city that work for us. So why couldn't we use some of our own people on some of these committees? In fact, yes, sir, Mr. Waugh.
Well, I think that is something that's within the purview under our policies. We can.
Okay. in this case, if we could have called, because I know we got plenty of electricians and everything that I would say they're well qualified. I hope so anyway, they're working for it and everything, that we probably could have do it. And do we need to change our policy to put in the policy that basically, when it comes to things like this, that maybe need an expert, we can use some of our own people?
Well, that's up to y'all. I mean, you know, I think that the process as it stands has to have some level of discretion with the department head in order to move quickly and efficiently and to keep the paperwork moving. And so I think that's what was done here. And to Councilmember Myers' point, you know, from the legal perspective, the overriding concern is the fairness of the policy, and there is a public policy for the competitive bidding. There's no real stricture on who we can have, because sometimes you get really small cities, I mean, way smaller than Clermont, where they don't have the capacity to get, and the best they can do is, you know, maybe a department head and the clerk or something like that. So there's also that overriding public concern, is that we need to move the process. But in answer to your question, I mean, just directly, Mayor, yes, we can. Okay. And it's up to you all if you want to amend the policy to have, to raise the, you know, the requirements of what you want to see in the qualifications of your committee.
I mean, I'm in agreement with what Councilmember Strange is saying about this. You know, you want to have criteria that people are judging an item or making a decision on knowledge they might have. I mean, if you're like trying to talk about computer programs and you're not a programmer, you have no idea whether that's good or bad. If you're looking for a brain surgeon, you're not going to be going to a plumber to give you advice on who to go to. You know, I think that's what we're trying to find out. How do we come up with this happy medium as to how do we define, you know, I know we have can, if we make shall, that makes it a big block then. So is there a happy medium that you had suggested that we can do something and then bring it, you know, bring the funnel down to a finer point?
Well, I'll tell you this, and I don't know if it's a direct answer to your question or not, Councilmember, but I think the recommendation here is 6. Is that right?
Yes, 6.
I, as the city attorney, always like a higher number, and the reason is that the less discrimination we do, the more insulated we are from anyone ever saying that we did it wrong, you know. So if you approve everybody, I'm always happy with that, and it gives staff more discretion. But even with 6, I mean, there's a lot of choices. I mean, this is not really narrow. If someone doesn't work out, you work with the other person on the next go round. So, you know, in terms of wanting to get it right, I understand that, but I think when you are approving 6, we're always going to be close to the bullseye.
Okay. Did you make a motion, sir?
I'll make a motion to approve item number 7.
With 6?
Yeah, as presented.
As presented. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 7 as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
I didn't hear you down there, Mr. Peterson.
Nay.
Nay, okay. Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 3-2. Item number 8.
Same issue, you know, to the point, I'm looking at this one, again, now we've picked 5 instead of 6. It feels arbitrary to me, and I point out that numbers 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all within 2 points of number 5. I don't know how we're making these decisions. I have speculation. I haven't been happy with what I've seen from the quality of coming out of procurement as of late, and so I am objecting. So I think that I can't support it.
All right. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I close chamber. No one online, so I've closed public comment. Yes, sir, Mr. Bain.
I was just going to move to approve it, but I'll wait to see if there's any other discussion. I don't want to do that right away.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, I'll move to approve item number 8.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 8. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And Ms. Myers? Aye, okay. Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 3-2. Item number 9.
I mean, this is similar to the other item that, I think we should table this item and discuss it as a whole, all our capital projects that we're going to be doing. Because I know, like you said, well, let's not worry about it, but it is only 5 months away. We're not talking about years. And I think we really need to plan ahead because we don't want to be caught like the Titanic, where we steer ourselves into an iceberg. I mean, if you know it's coming ahead, it's not like, well, 5 years from now. We know it's 5 months from now. So I would say, table it and have a workshop to discuss all of our projects, and then we can make decisions from that point forward.
I support tabling it for all the reasons we previously discussed.
Okay. So that's what I'd like to make a motion.
I second. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think you're all getting ahead of yourselves.
I'm sorry.
Okay? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public
So we
wishing to
did that
address this
already.
item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wishing to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one and no one online, I bring it back to council. What say council now?
Make your motion, Bill.
I'd like to make a motion to table item number 9 and bring it to a workshop meeting to discuss further.
And I second.
Okay, I have motion and second for the table item number 9. Is there any further discussion?
Yes,
sir.
so is this a table to the next council meeting as the previous, because tabling, we have it usually as a date for
yes, we do.
clarification?
Well, we had it for the next workshop meeting. I don't know if that's too soon to get our discussion, but it could be something we can start our discussions on at
But it
least.
Well, I think we have to table the item, though, to
Let's table the item.
to another
Okay.
agenda.
To
You have to
another agenda.
identify what agenda you're tabling it to.
Yeah, like if you want to move it to like the end of June, you want to move it to July meeting.
I would say move it to the July or August meeting, and we're getting
Oh.
closer to finding out what's going on.
I'm glad you bring it up, Mr. Bain, because, Mr. Peterson, for what this is worth, I think that, I think Mr. Bain and I share a similar perspective on this, that this was a 26 funded project. It's in many ways a maintenance issue. And what I would suggest to you, if you would consider it, is that we table it to the June 23rd meeting.
Yes.
And if we get to the workshop next week and we all feel like we're just not going to do this, we can always amend the
Yeah.
agenda item.
That's fine.
If if that makes you
Can we table
comfortable.
it again?
Fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be on the agenda, but we can table it again.
Yeah, is that something you
Yeah,
would be
that'd be
willing
fine.
to agree to?
I would agree
So
to
you
that.
need to put
Will you
that
amend your
in.
motion
You wanna
then?
amend your
Again,
motion.
I'm gonna make a motion to table it,
You want
to bring it to the workshap meeting on the 23rd.
Okay.
The,
Well, no,
the
the
council
23rd
meeting
is
on the 23rd.
Council meeting on the 23rd.
Yep. Great. And you second that, Ms. Myers?
Yes, I second
Okay,
that.
a motion is, new motion to table the item number 9 to the workshop next week. Any further discussion?
Actually, I think
It was to the
the table
23rd.
is the table to
To
the
23rd.
23rd.
meeting of the 23rd. This
23rd.
agenda item will go
Okay.
on the agenda for the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
to the 23rd.
That's
But
what
let me
I'm
say,
getting, right?
I think so.
let me say
I think
this.
so.
As Ms. Strange said, this
Yes.
is a budgeted item. We already put it in the budget for 26. Okay, so it's not like we're looking at new and expensive. And I totally agree with you, Mr. Peterson. We shouldn't be looking at new expensive. But this is an item we already have in our budget. In the long run, it's going to save us a lot of money to go ahead and
Yes.
do this process, because right now we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to resod these fields. And the problem with it is when we resod the fields, we cannot use them for 3-4 months at a time. So then we get all these complaints from residents, our fields are down. So the whole purpose of this, and the reason we budgeted it, is to store put natural turf in on our fields so we don't have to shut them down every year to resurface and create a problem with not enough facilities to go around. And in the long runs, we'll be saving money in the long run. And since it's already been budgeted, I have no problem with moving ahead. But I totally agree with you, with not knowing what's going to happen in November. I don't think we should be looking at no new expensive. And I know we already have this in the budget, so I have no problem moving ahead.
But I think just because it's budgeted doesn't mean it's needed, and.
It
I
is,
think- Well, it is needed, let me take that word back. It is needed, but is it something we want to do?
Yeah. And that's why I asked the question about where we're taking.
Things, we're in a flux right now, and I mean, everybody's concerned now with what's going on.
Yeah.
And it's an uncomfortable position to be in for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we want it, especially, it's like you said, there's going to be cities that are going to be destroyed probably by this.
Yeah.
Unless they make decisions today for 5 months from now.
I think 2 weeks is prudent.
Then we'll know the answer.
I think 2 weeks is prudent considering we have such a big presentation next week. If we didn't have that, it would feel different to me, but knowing that's coming in and we can get the guidance and we can see what other projects there might be, I don't think 2 weeks would keep us out of this fiscal year to get it done, so that's why I'm okay with it.
Agreed, and that's why I asked about the clarification on that, because I'm not in favor of just putting it out there and postponing it forever.
Yeah.
If it's a finite, it comes back at the end of the month, because 2 weeks shouldn't delay the overall project that much, but infinite tabling and moving it would. And I do see the difference between this and, say, something new. So I'm willing to support it for tonight.
Okay. I'm just throwing out there how I feel about it.
Oh, absolutely.
And the reason we're doing this, and we've been trying to get these things done for a couple of years now, and we finally got it into the budget, so I don't want to see it just go away, and we still have these hundreds of $1,000s expensive, repeat expenses every year, doing the same work over and over and over, okay? When this would eliminate it and save us money in the long run. But I do have a motion to table this to June 23rd, June 23rd, and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, chair vote aye as well. Motion carried 5-0. That's everything, eh? That's everything. I think we got them all. Okay. Right. So item number 12.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you and address some of the concerns that were raised at the last council meeting. John Grasick, Chief of Police. I also have with me today Mr. Duffy from Axon. He's going to do a brief presentation on what the product actually does and what it doesn't do, and then I will cover the financial impact. We'll go from there.
Thank you, Chief, and pleasure to meet you, council members. Is this slides on here? We can talk through this. We really only need...
Sir, can I get you to state your name?
Oh, yes, sir.
Please.
Teddy Duffy from Axon.
Okay, thank you.
We really only need one slide. What this tool and software does is translate languages. So say there's a missing child and the parent only speaks Haitian Creole or Mandarin. This software is going to allow you to translate immediately versus losing time, in the critical event of an emergency. It's not writing any reports. It's not transcribing anything. All it's doing is translating in the moment. Another important thing is that when an officer is out in the field, you don't want them looking at a cell phone. You want them, looking at a potential suspect or knowing what's going on around them. And today, really the best tool for this is a Google Translate or ChatGPT when you're looking at your cell phone and not looking out. So that's really what this tool enables you to do. Very straightforward. I'd be curious, any questions on what it doesn't do? Anything that was, top of mind for concerns?
In your presentation, can you please speak to the issues raised by the citizen at the last meeting about this software and how it may or may not feed into reporting or any documentation? Because that was the issue that was raised and why we tabled it.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it doesn't feed into anything. Like it's, the body camera's recording when an officer's speaking to a citizen. So it's recording the translation and the conversation. It's not feeding anywhere. It's stored with all other evidence, treated the exact same way, protected the exact same way. It's not contributing to anything separate than that.
And in other words, it's not altering the underlying data or anything like that. If there was something created, it's not going to modify it. Whatever is stored isn't going to be modified. There's nothing like that.
Correct.
Because I heard that concern as well.
No, that's a separate tool we offer called Draft One. That is like report writing based off of the transcript of an interaction that a body camera recorded. That is totally separate from Axon Assistant.
Is a future thing going to be like face recognition with the software, or is that way future?
I don't have the purview into that, but it's certainly not a part of this.
With everything that's going on with AI and everything else, you would think we would want to have the best tools possible for our police officers to be able not only to communicate, but to recognize if somebody's a threat.
I mean, I think it'd be inappropriate to comment on that. All this tool does is just provide translation services in the moment instantly with over 50 languages. Nothing about facial recognition, altering reports or evidence, etc.
Now, is this going to be
Hold on,
sent
Mr.
directly
Peterson,
to?
hold on. Before, let me stop you there. Before we go any further, let me have the public come up and, okay. If he was through with his presentation.
Yeah, this is it. Sir.
All right, but this is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber that wishes to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wishing to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. See no one in the chamber, no one online. I close public comment. Now, Mr. Peterson, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, the question I had is that it's all self-contained. It's not like a data link where if they lose a data link, the system doesn't work. So it's like, let's say for whatever, is the communication, is the software all embedded in the body of the camera?
On the body camera, yes, sir, and it communicates via LTE.
So then there's a secure data link where it's getting stored in a permanent basis, so it can't be adulterated or anything like that.
Yes, sir. It'd be stored in Clermont
I think that was the question.
Evidence.com.
Our city attorney had said, right? Good.
Now, I just want, I'm typically not excited about technology, so I'll preface with that. I do think it's necessary, and I live in 2026, so I'm not on a farm somewhere. I'm in Clermont, Florida. But I do want to feel comfortable because I don't have in my packet or available to me any sort of contract or other description than what you're seeing here today and the costs. So I'm very interested in our attorney and in you and in Chief speaking to, we're authorizing the purchase of Axon Body 4, and could that ever in the future, for what we're paying, without an amendment to the contract that I haven't seen, would that allow the expansion of the services from Body 4 to Data 1?
Draft 1?
Draft 1, thank you.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Not without an amendment, no.
It's a separate contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Anyone else?
I'll speak to the financials real quick. It's a little bit over $151,000, and we're using federal grant funds that are allotted to us through the Designated Immigration Officer Program to pay for this. So there is no money coming out of the general fund. That was one question that was raised. The way grants work, grants come into the general fund and they're assigned a special project code. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there'll be 5 more numbers, and then there's a third set of numbers. That third set of numbers is our special project code. That's how the grant funds are tracked. That's how it's audited and how it goes all through that. So that's, if there was any confusion about general funds being used, that's where it would be. But this is all federal grant fund money.
Is that for the duration of the contract or just
Correct.
year
We are
one?
paying for the remainder of the Axon contract with the 151.
Sorry, so it's 151 this year, paid by a grant?
No, it's a 5-year.
Over 5 years.
5 years.
Over 5
All
years.
covered, yes, ma'am.
All paid by the grant?
Correct.
So the citizens of Clermont aren't going to have to pay for this?
No, ma'am.
Chief, how old is our present equipment?
How old is our present equipment?
Right.
We just switched to the Axon equipment in December.
Okay. And this
So
is just
6 months old.
6 months, so it's just the upgrade?
Technology is advancing way
Right.
faster than anyone would expect. I am well aware of the concerns the community has when we go into technology. I've had conversations with council members, had conversations with the public. I'm well aware of those concerns. We will do everything we can to progress the police department and make sure we're using the best practices and safest practices
Right.
with what the community feels comfortable with us having. Like, that is my promise to the community and to the council.
Well, yeah. And I understand that, and with technology, each year, I know we're gonna have to be spending this money to upgrade, but I'm hoping with this one, over a 5-year period, we don't have to worry about too much upgrading. All right, and so it include upgrading as things come along is, I guess, what I'm asking.
Correct. The Axon contract that was approved does include an upgrade package
Upgrade.
year 2.5, 3. That's when, if they came out with Axon Body 5,
Okay.
Body Camera 5, then we would get the Axon Camera Body 5. With Draft 1, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Duffy, Draft 1 would still be a separate product. So based on the cost, I would assume that I'm going to have to come before council if we ever wanted to move forward with Draft 1.
Okay, okay. But this package include over the next 5 years, any updates and software and all that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to, and thank you for being able to allocate funds and utilize them so you're not really doing a burden on the citizens, but we're getting like state-of-the-art equipment right now, and it's not costing us anything, and we're making the city safer because of translation. I can imagine this has to be a frustrating thing when somebody is stopped, doesn't speak English, and they're getting threatened, you know, especially a foreigner or something, and, you know, God forbid they had a weapon or anything. This is going to avert any kind of problems like that. And I just want to thank you for bringing it in, and even thank you twice for having it cost us nothing.
Yes, thank you for
You're
that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you guys for your support. We couldn't have done this, gotten these grant funds without your support, and you guys are proving us to participate in the Designated Immigration Officer Program. We've had a successful program. I think we have withstood the test of time with that program thus far, and if there's anything that changes, I'll bring it back before the council.
Thank you.
Just one final question, sorry,
Yes,
Chief.
sir.
Do you have remind me, since I'm newer up here, do you report back to the council or to the city manager, through the city manager to the council, on how your technology is working through the year, like a look back at the year assessment of that technology and the information that was utilized and approved, and how that benefited or maybe needs to be changed moving forward?
Yes, we do. I communicate with the city manager and the deputy city manager all the time about technology. So far, we've all been pleased with how it's performing. And so people think of tech is just the body cams of this.
Right.
We just rolled out e-bikes. E-bikes are really, they've been good. So we're continuing to look at different ways that we can be effective, efficient. Right. And again, the e-bikes were paid with seizure funds, so that wasn't out of grant money. So we're looking for ways that we can move the mission forward, not always hitting the general fund.
Well,
So.
I just want to echo and say thank you for taking the concerns and worries of some out there who want to make sure that we're doing right and doing just and treating people equitably and fairly through the police department and through that interaction. And I think you have instilled in this community that degree of trust. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If the council will indulge me, I'd like to take a stab at a motion here. And if I don't have support, I don't have support. But I'm going to move to approve item number 12 with the condition that if the service that we are approving is ever upgraded or changed in such a way that the service exceeds translation services, that it come back to council for approval.
So we're approving the 5-year.
Approving the 5-year with the condition that if the service ever changes to exceed simple translation services, that it come back to council for final approval.
Facial
I
recognition,
think
things
it
like
would
that.
have to do that
That would
anyway.
be additional cost anyway.
Well,
I mean,
we don't know that, and that's my 5 years. Technology is going to change a lot, and that's why I'm simply saying I don't think any of us have an issue with the translation services, but if they have a great product that ultimately in the next upgrade they want to incorporate, I would like that to come back to the council.
That'd be fine.
That's my motion.
Yeah, I agree to that,
Is there a second?
and I second it.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a motion and a second for approval, item number 12, with the addition that any changes in translation services need to come back to council for approval. Did I say that about right?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 13, surplus city property. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Kurt Henschel, Planning and Development Services Director.
What are we up to now?
Staff is proposing to surplus city property that does not serve a purpose for public use. The 1,335 square foot parcel is leftover property between the new lift station at the lumberyard and the private property to the west. Initially, staff thought this parcel was included with a larger surplus property to the south, donated by the lumberyard. But when surveyed, it was discovered this was a leftover parcel owned by the city that did not serve a purpose and would only create a maintenance issue for the parcel. Once the new lift station is constructed, the parcel would sit between two fences approximately 100 feet apart. Which that yellow area is the parcel in question, the 1,300 square foot. This request was brought to City Council for consideration at their regularly scheduled meeting on May 12th, 2026. Council directed staff to get with DPC Co-Design to determine if the surplusing this piece of property would unnecessarily disconnect the trail or limit its future use, and then bring the request back to City Council for future consideration. Upon discussion with our Economic Development Director and reviewing the site area, DPZ concluded that the proposed ownership transfer does neither disconnect the trail or limit its future use, and arguably it generates revenue for the city while eliminating maintenance. Based on staff and DPZ's reviews, our recommendation is that the 1,335 square foot parcel does not serve a purpose for public use. Therefore, staff recommends the city surplus this property. The city will retain an easement over the parcel for any utilities that remain underground. And that's staff's report.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Does anyone in the public wish to address this item? Seeing no one in chamber, a closed chamber, no one online. Wow, easy for this right on through. Bring it back to council. What say council?
I appreciate staff working with DPZ and getting that additional information. I was in support of this at that meeting last month, and I'm in support of it now. And I'd like to see us move forward and approve this. So I have a motion, but if others have conversation, if not, then I would move to approve item number 13.
I second.
And if I may, I just want to clarify what I'd ask the council to, in its motion, if it does want to approve, it's just that staff recommendation there, along with the city retaining an underground or a utility easement.
I would make that motion to approve with the city retaining an easement over the parcel for any utilities that remain underground.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 13. It's presented with the stipulation that the city maintain easement underground, of course. Any further discussion? I just want to I'll just add in there, well, I don't understand how we can sit here and say this is a surplus piece of property when we have an easement, the city has an easement running through it, okay? And I guess I'm still trying to understand why we just go in there and we cut out this little sliver, a piece of property, the whole thing. We own the trail, own that piece of property all the way down the line to the east and west as well. So why didn't we surplus the whole thing and sell it all? So I'm having problem understanding the purpose and why we surplus it, and especially when we have easement with equipment running in there that we would need to get to from time to time. So,
I understand your concern. I share it. My recollection is I was the one who created this problem last month.
yeah.
What I understand is we continue to retain ownership to the east of where the lift station will be, or the whatever the, I've heard people.
It's okay.
Yeah, the water treatment. My kids will love what's in my head, and I can't get it out. But this being 100 feet kind of in between the two fences, the two uses, there's no meaningful use, and I think staff made a valid point. And so I share your concerns, and I appreciate that staff went back and got the third opinion. I like that we're getting opinion from the consultants that we have. I think that's good, and I feel like it puts us in a really good place that I'm comfortable moving forward now.
Okay. As am I.
We'll call the question.
All right. I have a motion and a second on the floor to approve item number 13. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
And chair vote nay. Motion carried 4-1. Item number 14.
Ordinance number 2026-023, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Florida, amending Chapter 1, Article 2, Division 3 of the Clermont City Code to create Section 1-101, providing for administrative fines, cost of repair, cost of enforcement, and liens, providing for conflict, severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
And again, this was something that is requested by, I think, both the council as well as staff, and it would create a new section. It's not actually going to amend anything in your code. It's going to create a new section in your city code that does several things, which it'll allow us to charge for the enforcement costs. I know I explained this at the last meeting, but just for the record, if someone goes out and a violator brings the property back into compliance, it seems unfair that we shouldn't be able to charge for the costs of the investigation that occurred. Similarly, if there is a violation that happens, we should get those costs in the order if the board finds that there's a violation. But primarily, it recognizes the fact that the city of Clermont now exceeds 50,000 persons in population, and therefore we can double the amount of fines charged. Part of the reason that we have to create a new section for this instead of amending prior code sections is that it actually doesn't spell out amounts in your city code right now for code violations. It spells out amounts for other types of violations, but not code violations. And so it also adds some authority to the code board. So for example, in subsection C, if the code board finds that the violation or condition causing the violation presents a serious threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, or if the violation is irreparable or irreversible in nature, the city may secure, repair, or demolish the property and take any other necessary action. Again, part of this is due to recent cases where we felt like hands were tied a little bit, and residents, the public has spoken, and you have spoken, and so we're trying to address this concern.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the chamber that would wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one online, bring it back to council. What say council?
I have a few questions, if I may, for the city attorney, I guess. You said one of the questions I'm going to have is current amounts. So current fines are not defined in our current code?
Correct. It refers to Chapter 162, the Florida statutes, where we borrow this procedure, but it doesn't actually say 250 and 500.
Okay.
For this specific thing.
Okay. But 250 and 500 are what we typically have been doing at the code enforcement board level.
Actually, I think the regulation now, ordinance now say you can fine up to those amounts.
Right, up to.
Yeah.
That's right.
So this is a new section. If we wanted this section to apply to multiple or subsequent issues and not first-time issues, as it's written, is that allowable? Because and where I'm coming from is that I do want the city, as we tackle, I think something that comes with growth and maturity of a city is bigger issues. Sometimes things just get more complicated. And I want to make sure the city has the appropriate tools, but I don't want to lose track of the focus of, and it's my understanding that nothing is changing with relation to compliance being the ultimate goal. And if compliance is the ultimate goal, I do think we could, if we have the ability, differentiate between those first-time incident versus a multiple repeat subsequent.
So I guess I would say two things in response to that. Yes, it does apply to repeats, except now it's up to $5,000 a day for repeat violators. Yes.
A day.
In other words, this is the statutory maximum. This is what the statutes allow you to do. You don't need to, but in subsection E here,
I see that.
Yeah, and this is consistent with what most cities and counties do that do have more than 50,000. And I'll say, I operate as the special master for code enforcement in Citrus County, so I do this with the higher fine amounts, and I've never gone up to $1,000 a day on anything. And I think in practice it would have to be truly terrible to do the maximum. And if your board did run amok, we'd have to have a conversation about it. But you do say, it's a great point. Compliance is the goal. And based on what I've seen from your code board, they do keep that in mind. Now, there's going to be situations where fines accrue in a manner that it is a larger fine than the value of the property. And when that happens, your city staff does look at this and work to consider fine reductions with the board. This happens, as a matter of course, everywhere in the state of Florida.
Sure.
I would have some real constitutional concerns if that wasn't done. So I think we have the mechanisms in place to address what you're talking about.
Okay.
Do you have any language you'd like us to consider, Mr. Bain?
No, I think I realizing hearing where we're at with that, with regard to first time, second time, it actually is included in here in this language. I think, and that's where I understand that it's a new section, but one of the frustrations that I've had with how this has been presented, and I think I shared it at the last council meeting and shared it in my agenda review, is typically when we're dealing with something like this, we have a current proposed and we can see where we're making changes. And even though it's new, we're making changes. And it's not been real clear to me in my packet where those changes actually are currently listed, or where the current is and how this one changes that, with it through a tracking change or through we're striking this, we're adding this, or how this complements that. I think this has just been more of a, we can find more if we want. And so I think it actually involves a little bit more than maybe what at least I heard in terms of how it was presented. So I appreciate the additional clarification.
Yeah, if I could have amended the sections, I would have. It's frankly very, very badly drafted. So I think the reason why it's a new section is because, frankly, it's just an inadequate code. So we have to have a big upgrade.
And I can kind of agree with you that, because when I served on it, I think we made many changes. And I just have one question. We talk about repeat offenders. I know one of the changes we made when I was on the board was the fact that when I first was on the board, each time it was a new case. And we made that change to say, hey, now if you've been fined and out of compliance once and we determine you was out of compliance, the next time we find you out of compliance, we don't bring a new case. We find you right away as a repeat offender.
Right.
So can we apply that same principle to, since it's a new
Yeah,
section
that
to
doesn't
this?
change.
Okay.
I mean, that is absolutely the case. So
Okay.
just to explain it, since you already speak the language fluently, but for the public, I mean, the way it normally works with a repeat violator, well, with a first-time violator is normally they get a time to comply
Right.
before the fine begins, 30 days, and then it's $250 a day. For a repeat violator, it's often the time from when it was discovered until the hearing, and then, so let's say $1,000 a day, and then you can now go up to $5,000 a day from the date of the hearing onward.
Okay.
So what this represents is the city getting very, very serious about its code.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure, since you said new section, that we still apply that portion. Okay, good.
I think my understanding was we were replacing the old section. What is happening to the old language?
We're keeping all the other sections that exist, which are primarily procedural, but addressing Councilmember Bain's point is it refers to Chapter 162 for a lot of this. So the Florida legislature years ago created this Chapter 162 as a model for cities and counties to adopt for its code procedures. And Clermont did that, just like most cities and counties did. But the manner in which it adopted it left some gaps. In other words, it didn't say 250 and 500 specifically. It said, the fines available, consistent with Chapter 162. Now we're making it explicit, if that makes sense. But we're not altering anything about what's already in your code.
Is there a section in here that basically says if the old statute in any way contradicts this statute, that this one, or this ordinance, excuse me, that this one controls? Am I worrying about something I don't need to worry about?
Well, there are no conflicts, but I don't know that, yes, it says any ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict herewith are hereby repealed.
Where is that?
Section 3, page 4 of 5.
Okay, I'm good.
Did I have a motion?
I did not.
No. I said, did I have a motion?
Did he have a motion? Anybody make a motion? No.
No, I was just asking the questions.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
okay. Okay, I make a motion to approve item number 14, ordinance number 2026-023.
Second. I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 14, ordinance number 2026-023. Any further discussion? Roll call. Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Bain.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And the chair vote aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. Long time coming. Thank you, Mr. Watt, for getting this done. Item number 15 is for a variance request.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Justine Day with Development Services, presenting the variance for 2099 I Bonito Circle. The applicant, Gerald St. Tilma, is requesting 3 variances for his property at 2099 I Bonito Circle due to a pending code enforcement case involving installed pavers. The property is in the Bella Terra subdivision and zoned R1 single-family medium-density residential district. The first variance request is to reduce the required 7.5-foot side yard setback to allow the existing AstroTurf to remain at 0 feet from the property lines on both sides of the property. The proposed reduction would also allow the existing paver patio to encroach into the west side yard setback and remain at 3 feet from the property line. The second variance request is to reduce the required 25-foot rear yard setback to allow the existing AstroTurf to remain at 5 feet from the north property line. During review of the variance application, the applicant worked with a civil engineer to address stormwater concerns and reduce the impervious surface area on the property to come into compliance with the code. As a result, the third variance request that was originally anticipated is no longer needed. The applicant stated that the backyard has a noticeable slope which created drainage and erosion concerns during the construction of the pool. Improvements such as redirection of the gutters to a stormwater drain and the installation of AstroTurf were implemented to prevent erosion and minimize stormwater runoff. The applicant mentioned a practical hardship due to the property's unique conditions. I am not sure what is going on. It does not want to move. Okay.
Technology,
Yes.
technology.
While he works on getting the slides back up, slide 4 is just to go over the review and the recommendation. Hold on one second. Thank you.
That's a whole different presentation.
Upon review, staff cannot support the requested reduction to the setbacks. The variance request is more than the minimum in order to make reasonable use of the land, as the paver patio could meet setback requirements if reconfigured. The city's engineer reviewed the improvements made to the AstroTurf and noted that it would require strict ongoing maintenance to ensure the sub-base functions correctly. Without proper maintenance, the stormwater runoff could increase and negatively affect neighboring properties and the overall drainage system. Under Land Development Code Section 101-246, a variance may only be granted with a positive finding on all review criteria. Staff finds the application fails to meet 2 of the 5 required criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Is the applicant present? Please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council, distinguished staff. My name is Fran Santelma, and my spouse and I will reside at the property 2099 I Bonito Circle in Clermont. We are here this afternoon to sincerely apologize for permitting oversight regarding our backyard, and we respectfully request your approval for a variance. Following the completion of our pool, we upgraded our backyard with artificial turf and a small paver area. Our primary motivation for this project was the health and safety of our 2 young children, who are 3 and 5 years old. Our youngest son suffers from severe pediatrician-confirmed environmental allergies to grass, trees, and pollen. To allow him to play safely outside with his sister, we needed to create an allergen-free environment. In addition to our son's medical needs, the project addressed significant site constraints. The builder originally installed non-irrigated bahia grass, which was failing due to our unique slope in the backyard, causing ongoing concern with erosion and drainage. To prevent that and minimize storm water runoff, we redirected the water from the left side gutters to our stormwater drain at the edge of the property before the improvements. We want to emphasize that we are firm believers in regulatory compliance due to our professional backgrounds. Furthermore, we interviewed 8 different contractors, and unfortunately, none of them indicated that a city permit was required for artificial turf. We did our due diligence by obtaining full HOA approval. We were completely unaware of the specific city code restriction, and we deeply regret the oversight.
Additionally, we want to assure the council that we fully understand the implication of having this improvement within the easement. As homeowners, should any future utility or city maintenance require access, we accept the responsibility and will cover the cost of removal and replacement. Please, thank you for your time, your understanding, and our family's unique situation, and your consideration of our variance request. We sincerely apologize.
Okay, sir. I'm assuming that's your engineer behind you?
Yes.
Did he have anything to add before I open up to the public?
My name's Julian Quintana. I work for the engineer that did the report for Highland Engineering.
Okay.
I'm just here to answer any and all drainage concerns.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Indira Arbisu. My address is 2093 Ibonito Circle in the subdivision of Bellaterra. And I am the neighbor of Mr. and Mrs. St. Tilma. And I'm here to support the approval of the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a letter from her, right?
Hello. My name is Claude Tito. I'm a homeowner, 1609 Presidio Drive. And Joel Sentima work for my company. And I approve that variance.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lovely Pierre. I live in 3024 Robles Road, the same community of Gerald Sentima. I'm here to approve the approval of the variance.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, I'm Maria Gutierrez. I live on 2093 Ibonito Circle in Bellaterra development, and I'm here to support the approval for our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Shue. I'm a retired military officer. As someone who's filed 150 claims with the VA for Americans with Disabilities Act, I'd like to remind the council, the attorneys, and everyone on the city staff that under the American Disability Act, someone asks for a reasonable accommodation, it's actually provided for in federal law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the chamber that wish to speak to this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close it. No one online, so we will close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council?
I have a couple questions. I don't know if this is for the engineer or the homeowner, but my question is, what is the expected useful life of the AstroTurf?
That's more of a manufacturer kind of detail, but I mean, if I had to guess, about 20 years.
And staff mentioned that there was some required maintenance that perhaps is sensitive. What might staff be referring to, and can you speak to the maintenance requirements moving forward?
In the report, it didn't necessarily mention a maintenance to the turf itself. I think that's more of an issue if you ever needed to do maintenance on that wall, and if they needed. Sorry.
Like utility easement maintenance?
Yes,
Is
the
that-
easement. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Not the
So
turf as
you'd
they've
have to
installed it.
excavate all that 57 stone, all the turf. So it would kind of be a maintenance cost in that respect. But if the homeowner's willing to cover the cost, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank you. Did you want to comment
No,
on that?
just in other words, in this type of a situation, we would ask that a hold harmless and indemnification agreement, if you did deem fit to approve it, be signed by the owner, so that if we did have to, make use of the easement or tear something up, that they're not going to sue it. Not saying they would, but we usually get a document signed to protect us.
And I have one more question. I think it might be for Mr. Mathis or Mr. Van Wagner. In a recent hearing, we talked about an administrative variance, if I'm using the right terminology. Staff, is that the right word?
Correct.
Would this item have been one that would have met the criteria of an administrative variance on any or all of the requested variances?
It all depends on how we write it in the future code. So it could be written, like, I've seen jurisdictions where they give like a 20% administrative, they call it administrative relief for any dimensional standards. So setbacks, height, things like that. I've seen them as high as 50% and as low as probably 5 to 10%. So it's all depending on how we write it in the ordinance.
But they're under their overall impervious surface area here.
Correct. So they wouldn't need a variance for that. It would just be the setbacks of the pavers, and the pavers in the side setback and the AstroTurf in the rear and side.
So I want to speak to the council. Where I'm at on this is I'm generally of the opinion that as long as the neighbors approve a zero setback, I'm not sure I care so much if the neighbors are on the same page. Obviously they are here. I commend you for that. AstroTurf is not an approved material, and I think they do have, in this case, a valid reason to have a different kind of material. My inclination would be, because we have neighbors in support, because they're under the engineering impervious surface area, I would be fine with the setback issues. The AstroTurf, I would ask council to consider to put a useful life limit on the CUP, that we say within 20 years, the CUP would end and they would have to come back. By then their child will no longer be a child 20 years from now. And so they would be able to make an informed decision. So rather than it run with the land in perpetuity, that's kind of where I'm at on this, but I'm open to other people's thoughts.
So approving a variance for the 20-year sunshine?
I'm fine with that too, because this is important for their child to be able to play outside. It's unlike some of our others. This is a real health issue.
Well,
So, Mr. Mathis, did you?
I was just going to add, I researched the AstroTurf, and the average lifespan of AstroTurf for residential yards is 10 to 15 years.
Okay.
With good maintenance.
So I might
Is
say
that-
15. The child is 3,
Yeah.
so that would get the child to 18.
Well, I think that depends upon the type of AstroTurf too, right? Because it's different grades.
Yeah,
out
there's
there.
different,
This is the
And I'm sure
generic
they-
AstroTurf. It says it
they
can go
paid
up
a
to
pretty
20
penny
years.
probably for
Up
it.
to 20 years.
Up to 20 residential backyards, generally 10 to 12 or 10 to 15, depending on pets, children, and weather.
And that's also depend upon how much use you put on that
Yeah.
AstroTurf as
Correct.
well.
Well, it's
So,
just-
okay.
Sports fields is a lot less, obviously.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To piggyback on Councilmember Strange's question, I think I think there might be something more than maybe what the engineer mentioned there. So I don't know if city staff can address. I think you guys made a concern about the turf being maintained for water runoff, not necessarily for access to the easement. That was what that second to the last paragraph on page 199 indicates.
That is how the email has read, and I do have it if you want me to put it up on screen.
Yeah, that would be good if you can.
Can you enlarge that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I believe it's going to be section 3.
Yeah, it says, however, I
Yeah.
think it starts, however, over time.
Where's that at?
The second line of that last paragraph,
Which is
however, over
okay.
time.
Okay, thank you.
Do I think downstream of this lot might contribute to more runoff? I do. So that, I guess that's where, this is my rub with AstroTurf, is like, it's not really a great product for our area in our yards because of that concern. And so for what it's worth, if you all remember this development had some grading issues that delayed its start for quite some time. And so it's a sensitive area, and I'm hyper aware of that fact, like that voice speaking, saying, but hey, this could be this had a lot of concerns by city staff when the developers were bringing this forward, that it kept having to go back to the drawing board to make sure that it was going to work. And now we got it to a point that it works, and we're now potentially starting at least one, because variances are only supposed to be for the property, but we can't control what word of mouth does. That's potentially going to change what we finally got to approve in water runoff and in drainage and in site planning. And that's my biggest concern. I think it's lovely. I think it's beautiful. The pictures are amazing. It looks like an oasis. And I am sensitive to the fact of, and I would, if we need to get into that conversation, I'd defer to our city attorney to talk to us and advise us on the ADA regarding federal and state law. But I'm worried about, right now it may work great, but in 2 years, that sub-base, how do we know what that sub-base is doing? And if that sub-base isn't performing like it's supposed to, and over time it starts to run into one of the neighbors who actually came up and said, I support this, what do we do then at that point? They've got a variance. There's nothing we can do. We're held harmless, but it could affect the overall neighborhood long term. And we're also getting rid of, in addition to that, we're essentially giving zero setbacks on the side and rear of the yard. So essentially we've got pavers and or turf going right up to the lot line. No room for any additional kind of drainage without ripping all this out. I'm really concerned about that. And I'm not convinced that it should be approved, but I'm also not convinced that it shouldn't be approved, if that makes sense. Because I do feel like there's some valid points being made, but I think there could be some compromises potentially on setbacks, but I'm really worried about that turf and that substance being used under it while it's the preferred substance, the maintenance of it, and what is that going to do over time?
I'd love to hear our attorney's response to what we could do to address that, because I think those are.
Well, one of the things I want to come back, and I hope it may answer one of the questions, if I'm not mistaken, when I read the package, along that one side of the fencing, where you see the kind of like brownish material, if I'm not mistaken, that is drainage, right?
Yes.
And then along the back edge of the property, all the river rock and everything is in there, is the rear drainage, which was drained right into the storm water, if I'm not mistaken. So there is drainage there, and of course, everybody in here probably know how I feel about 7.5 feet setback, side setbacks and everything. I take them very serious. But when I looked at this project and I noticed they went back, they put it in the beginning without knowing. All the requirements, they spend extra cash to go back and redo the sub-bases so they have better drainage. They get it back down under the 55% pervious surface. And they took the engineer, and I think I would say he did a great job in putting in drainage on the side and then making sure everything on the back side of the property drained into the drain the storm water there. So I don't see any problem with drainage and all. And I just want to commend them that for going back and getting the permits and working with city staff, working with engineers to redo everything and spend extra money to make sure it met our specification, our requirements and all. So I have no problem with the project, and I do understand about your child and everything, as one that suffered with asthma, and as my wife can contest, a couple of weeks ago that grass got to me, and I was down for about 2 weeks because the grass got to me. So I have sympathy for that and understand that as well. So.
Yeah.
And having kids that also had allergies to grass and everything, so I can commend
You
it.
understand, yeah.
So I can support it. Okay.
I can support it too. I think they did a wonderful job as well. And, you know, you've got your engineer, you've got all your neighbors supporting, and you went to your HOA first and foremost and got approved from there. A lot of people don't do that. They just do what they want to do. And then, I should have did A and B. You actually went to your HOA, you know, before you did anything, you know. And getting the news of your child being allergic to all of the different things that we have growing here in Florida is, you know, very disconcerting. So I'm for it to be approved.
But I think when you're talking about setbacks are for pavers, but turf can go right up to the property line. And grass will die too if it's not maintained. You know, your house has to get painted, or the stucco is going to crack. So everything has to be maintained. I mean, AstroTurf isn't a bad thing. You know, you think about water conservation, it's a good thing. And I think, you know, everything has to be maintained. And I think if we put a 15-year, none of us are going to be here in 15 years. So, like, come on and pull it out.
Speak for yourself, okay?
You mean on council? We're going to be alive. We're going to be alive. I know I'm going to be alive.
Thanks a lot.
Wow. You mean city council?
Somebody from Star Trek will be here.
You mean city council?
Is that a threat?
We don't know.
With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance.
Okay.
And I second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the variance as presented with, we need no, did you want to put the 15-year or?
No, we'll make it 30 years then. No 15 years. I don't think we can, because I don't think you could ever hold anybody to that.
Okay.
So the motion's without that?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the hold harmless agreement to be included that the city attorney?
Yeah, that needs to be in there.
Yeah, so put the whole,
Put
yes,
that in there, yeah.
Okay.
that notwithstanding.
All right, so give me the motion. Again, we get
Lessons
to approve
of
it with the.
With the,
On
the
condition that,
stipulation that-
condition that the hold harmless agreement that we use in these situations be executed.
Right.
There you go, that right there.
That's the wording we want to use.
And I second
That was
it.
the wording.
And no
15.
No 15-year, okay. All right, we have a motion and a second with the amendments to the material presented. Is there any further discussion?
I would like to, before we call the vote, if that's okay. First, to Mr. Bain's point, there is a language in the HOA approval that says the owner is responsible for any flooding caused by the turf on their neighbor's property.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that addresses your concerns, but as you raised them and I shared them, I looked through again, and that does address mine. On that issue, it becomes a private issue, and I think that everybody has notice of it as they're coming into this. I will tell you, Mr. Peterson, I can support your motion as it addresses the setback variances. I'm having a difficult time supporting it with the AstroTurf. I would like you to consider the possibility of amending the motion to limiting the AstroTurf to 15 years so that it can be revisited at the time that the AstroTurf might need to be replaced anyway. The reason why I feel that way is it is not an approved material. This is an exception due to an ADA issue.
Right.
The person at issue presumably becomes an adult in 15 years, and so I'd like you to consider
I
that.
mean, can that be enforced? That's what, I don't know if we can enforce something like that. But can we, I mean, if, you know, you could put a 15-year in there, but.
I mean,
is
yeah,
it-
it can be enforced. I mean,
Is somebody like tracking it? That's-
Well,
I
Miss-
didn't know if people are if they are, then I would be, I mean, I could add that in.
Well, Mr. Wall, let me ask you this question. We put a 15-year and then 13 years from now they sell it. So how
Right.
we enforce it on the new homeowners?
no, I mean, technically it can be, whether it's a good idea or not.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, my thought process is that AstroTurf does have a useful life, and it's
Right.
going to have to be replaced at some point.
Right.
And when that happens, presumably, if it's these property owners, they'll know because they're here. If it's a future property owner, hopefully they will ask the city, you know, what are the requirements? We'll be able to see what are the new materials by then.
Right. 15
I think
years
it addresses their need for the variance, for the material change. And like I said, I continue to remain of the position that if the neighbors approve a zero lot line, I think that's between them and the neighbors, and a future property owner would come to it and be able to see it when they came to it. So that's why I'm okay with it as it pertains to the setbacks. And I would simply ask that you consider putting 15 years on the AstroTurf. That's all.
Well, here's the other question, I guess, with the 15, even after 15 years, they come back, do we disapprove it?
They could come back and ask the council then. I mean, nothing's stopping
redo
them
it,
from
or
doing
do
that.
we, like I say, if you sell it at 13 years, do we grandfather this in, and the new owners in 2 years come in and say, hey, we want to continue to have the AstroTurf, and we relook at it all again? Do they automatically get grandfathered in and be able to just go ahead and upgrade the AstroTurf?
I think it's part of owning property is doing your due diligence on, you know, what the materials are, if there's any
15
condition.
years from now, you know, who knows what materials are gonna be?
So
Right.
you amend your
Everything is
motion.
artificial.
Is the motion being amended,
Is
though?
your-
Yeah, amended with 15 years.
Okay.
On the AstroTurf.
Yes.
On the AstroTurf, and a new second, okay, with the amendment, motion and second, with a 15-year life, and
And the
hold
hold
harmless.
harmless.
Any further discussion? Well, not all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Good luck. Thank you. Item number 16, resolution number 2026-011R.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, granting a conditional use permit to allow for a mobile food dispensing vehicle to operate on an improved parcel located in the C2 General Commercial Zoning District, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. John Cruz, Development Services. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to allow the operation of mobile food dispensing vehicle, or a food truck, on an improved parcel designated within the C2 General Commercial Zoning District. The proposed location is 477 East Highway 50 within the Sunoco Texaco parking lot, and on your display outlined in yellow is the parcel. The applicant proposes to operate a single food truck, Maya Mero, with takeout service only. The food truck is proposed to be located on the east side of the property adjacent to the convenience store. The final location will be confirmed during site review to ensure compliance with all applicable building and fire safety codes. Currently, there is an existing food truck operation approximately 800 feet to the west located at 300 East Highway 50. Maya Mero will operate in a similar fashion. The applicant has provided written authorization from the property owner allowing the use of the property, including access to the restroom facilities for patrons. Proposed hours of operation are 7 days a week, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. The applicant will comply with all city regulations, Lake County Health Department, and state licensing requirements and standards. Additionally, the applicant has indicated that the food truck will stay on the property overnight and will go to a commissary to drop off waste. The city's land development code does not identify food trucks as a permitted use within the C2 General Commercial District. As such, the use requires approval of a conditional use permit for this type of operation. The C2 General Commercial District permits restaurants and food establishments when conducted in an enclosed structure. Staff finds the proposed use is compatible with the district and would not be more objectionable than other permitted uses. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 4-1 with the condition that the hours of operation are in accordance with the existing business. And if City Council decides to approve the resolution, we would have to make a change in the resolution for the hours of operation. Currently, we verified they're Monday through Saturday till 9 p.m. and Sunday till 8 p.m. And that was verified through one of the city employees today. Staff has reviewed the application and submitted in accordance with the development standards criteria and finds the proposed use can meet the general criteria for granting a conditional use permit. Proposed use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the conditions contained in resolution number 2026-011R. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, audience and council member. I'm Sebastian, and he's my father, and he's my brother, Romeo and Alexander. And we're here to ask to allow us to work here with the permit, of course. And me and my brother will be translating to my father, and we'll answer to our best of our abilities.
Okay. Can I just get you to give me an address, please, sir?
Oh, yeah. Where we live?
Yeah.
430 Overpool Avenue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're ready. That's it, the presentation? Anything else you want to add? No? No. Okay. If we have any other questions, we'll call you back a little bit later. But this is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber would like to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one online, we close it back. What say council?
I know that the Planning and Zoning Commission staff presented some language to address these so that we have some actual codified information moving forward. And in fact, I believe, isn't it tonight, one of the intros is that that amendment to the Land Development Code. So I think in the near future, we'll be able to have some additional guidelines and information to help us here, but we obviously have to work with where we are right now. And I'll just say, given the location and what's currently on the parcel, I'm inclined to support the request for this. I think my question for staff, or my recommendation based off of what staff is saying, is would it be okay to say, if we were to approve this and amend number 3 in section 2 there, to say the hours of operation will be consistent with the current business hours of operation, but not to extend beyond, and then we put a AM and PM time there? Would that suffice your request and suffice legal?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so with that then, staff, what would you have a recommendation to not extend beyond for the AM and PM?
I mean, in terms of the AM, it says 4 p.m. in here already, and that's what was
right. What, but
requested.
if we're saying the current hours of operation, what time is the station open right now? What time does it open? Because that's why I want to clarify. Because if the hours of operation is 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., then that means the food truck is 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. unless we alter that a little bit.
But I think in his application, he said his hours going to be from 4 to 10, right?
Right. They said they were unsure exactly when the business opened.
I think it opens at 6, if I might say, 6 a.m.
Well, if they're saying 4 p.m.,
Yeah.
I thought staff just said Monday through Saturday, the gas station's open until 9 p.m. and Sunday until 8 p.m. So if they're saying 4 is the start.
About 8 to 10. 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. That gives a reasonable window.
Okay, so if my fellow council members would be inclined, if I could make that motion when it comes time to amend that item to say hours of operation will be hours consistent with the current business hours of operation, but not to extend beyond 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So basically, it's 8 to 10. Okay, all right. But I don't want to do that and stifle conversation. So that's all I have for now.
That's good.
My concern with this, first of all, I'm in support of any sort of incremental development. I think that's really good. But the nature of incremental is that it's short-term and temporary. And so I would like to see a sunset on this. I also believe that we're going to have a food truck ordinance within the next 6 months to a year. And so what I don't know is what that's going to look like right now. And they came here first, so I don't want to deny them the opportunity to be heard, but I would like us to consider doing the CUP for a limited period of time with the understanding that there will be a food truck ordinance, as I believe, and so it would then fall under whatever that ordinance restrictions are at that point. So those are my only real concerns. And related to Mr. Bain, when I was preparing for this, I would like to make sure that the access to restroom facilities is basically everything on page 250 are things, facts, that it's a single food truck, it's authentic, diverse food options, and a clean, safe, and professionally operated mobile kitchen. They've got operating hours, they've got restroom facilities for the patient or patrons. I think that all of those conditions should be included in the CUP, because they're things upon which we're relying in making our decisions, and not each one of those is identified in the CUP as it's currently written. So I just want to make sure those conditions are met, and if we're open to having a sunset with the belief that we're going to have a food truck ordinance. If we believe that, and if we don't, please let me know. It might change my opinion, but I think that we'll have one. So I'd rather see them under the umbrella of the existing ordinance than having a CUP that runs with the land that might have differing terms.
Right. Clermont is growing, and it's really good to see new entrepreneurs. This is a great way to start a business. It goes from this to a brick and mortar. So it's a way for them to start. It's a great Venezuelan restaurant. Is that what it is? Yes. Venezuelan. So, it'll be something unique. It'll be something that I think would be nice. And as long as we're following the ordinance, I don't think if we change their times to 9 o'clock, I don't think that's going to affect you, right? No, not at all. I didn't think so. So, so I'm in total support of this. I think it's great that we're getting new businesses into town. Like I think we said it previously, we want to have Clermont a place that you're going to live, your children can live and raise a family and work in Clermont, and not go the 50 route out of Clermont every morning. Right. So I'm in favor of this, and I would vote yes to the food truck right now.
I would too.
I will vote yes, and Miss Strange, I understand, and I know we've been talking about a food truck ordinance for years.
Yes.
For a couple of years. But I have a problem with a sunset on this one because we have one across the street that we put across the street, and I don't think we put a sunset on it. They have three across the street, right across the street. One of the things I would like to see in here is the fact that if they decide they want to try to put an additional truck in there, any additional trucks, that they need to come back to us. True. Okay, and the fact that, and as I think in the presentation, they show it being on the pavement over there, located on the pavement, and set up on the pavement. I want to ensure that it be on the pavement and not in the grassy area and behind the station and everything over there. If you look at where they have it set up.
I think, Mayor, to your concern, in section 2, number 1, it does say that it only allows one food truck.
Right.
Yeah, it does.
And it also indicates that I thought it had a requirement of where the truck
It's in there. They have
okay.
It's in there, a little red box that says identifies its location. Now, it's on the pavement, and I want to make sure that is adhered to. Okay. And like I say, and make sure if they decide to try to do another one, even though it's in there, that make sure they have to come back to us. Okay.
Right. Well, it's in there as one.
Huh?
Yeah. It's in there as just one. So they would have to come back.
Yeah. So.
Well, I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to cut you off. With that being said, I'd like to make the motion then to approve the ordinance number, resolution number 2026-011R with the following changes. 1, Section 2, number 3, the hours of operation to be consistent with current business hours of operation, but not to extend beyond 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So the 8 to 10. And second, to include the conditions in the staff report in the resolution, in the actual CUP, as Councilmember Strange brought up. I don't want to include the sunset because I don't think that that's equitable to this. I think if we do a sunset, we should do a sunset for every single CUP we've done, and then bring them back under the new ordinance. But I do not want to see us do that just with one, and that's why I would not want to include that in the motion.
So is that your motion?
Yes.
Motion? Okay, I second it then.
Okay, and the condition that Ms. Strange was talking about, and that was included, the restrooms and all that.
Yeah, the items from the staff report,
Right.
it talked about the restroom,
Right.
it's one, it's all the other items that were in there that
Okay.
are not currently addressed. Let's
Okay.
make sure that they're addressed specifically.
So you want to move them from the page where they say they are available into the CUP?
Into the
itself?
actual CUP.
Okay. I can,
But I think the time you said the closing of the other business was 9 o'clock, Monday through Saturday, and 8 on Sunday, correct?
Correct.
So that's what we want to stipulate, that they have to maintain their closing hour to the adjacent business, not 10 o'clock,
Right, but not to exceed 10 p.m.
not to exceed.
Not to exceed. So it has to be within the consistent, but then not to exceed. So if that business were to change their time to 11, the food truck could still only be till 10.
10.
Well, I don't think anybody's saying that.
I think
A gas station could very easily stay open till 11.
But I didn't think they was open till that late at night over there. I thought they closed around 6 or 7 o'clock over there, but if not, but that's fine. And the only other real business there, well, you got the auto parts place up the road and the, restaurant up the road, but other than that, the jewelry store right next door.
Yeah.
Okay. But okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 2026-011R with the added conditions. No sunset, right? No sunset. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. Good luck, sir.
You did a good job speaking for your dad, young man.
Ordinance, item number 17, ordinance number 2026-014, intro.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Chapter 125 to establish procedures for the review and approval of mobile food dispensing vehicles pursuant to Section 509.102 Florida statutes, providing for conflict, severability, codification, administrative correction of scrivener's errors, publication, and an effective date.
Okay, this is an intro.
It is an introduction, Mayor.
Yeah.
However, the Planning and Zoning Board had several conditions and things that they wanted you to consider along with this. I'm not sure if they're all in the staff report, but I know they're not integrated into the text of the ordinance. And as part of the recommendation, it had wanted a workshop. So what I'm concerned about is you approving the ordinance tonight on first reading, but then just incorporating changes on second reading, which would require, in my opinion, because the changes are material, I think it would require a re-advertising. I don't know if the council would consider it or not, tabling until after the workshop, but that's my recommendation, that's what I'm asking for as city attorney.
Sure, it's a workshop because of additional stipulations you want to put in here?
Or that you might want as
Okay.
well.
Right.
I mean, you'll see, there's a lot of detail here, there's a lot of different things.
Like I saw the one thing, no outdoor dining, but I mean, if somebody wants to put a picnic table, so that would not be allowed, but I know there's places along 27 that, there's a food truck there and he's got some
Well, I don't want to miss, the ordinance got good reviews from the commission. You know, everyone
Okay.
was happy that it was presented, but there were several potential, I think, material things. So, long story short, I just don't want to add them at second reading.
Right.
I'd rather
Right.
add them at first
the
reading
first
after
reading.
you've had an opportunity to consider those things.
I move to table item number 17, ordinance 2026-014.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to table item number 17 till when?
Till after we can workshop it. When,
I'm going to recommend August, because July, we're very busy doing the budget.
so no later than the first meeting in September?
August 18th is our next scheduled workshop, and then September 8th would be our next council meeting in
But
September.
we could vote to the intro and then have the workshop and then do a final.
No,
vote.
that's
No,
what,
no.
he doesn't want an intro. September 8th, you say?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay, Miss?
Yeah, that works for me. I
September
know we have to
8th.
do the budget, but I appreciate the request by P&Z, and I think that it's important that we meet with them.
Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second to table item number 17, ordinance number 2026-014 until September 8th. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and chair vote aye as well. Item number 18, ordinance number 2026-021, intro.
An ordinance of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, adopting the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Clermont, Florida, pursuant to the Local Government Comprehensive Planning Act, Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, setting forth the authority for adoption of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, setting forth the purpose and intent of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for the adoption of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, establishing the legal status of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna do a presentation?
Only if you would prefer.
Sorry, because of the transmittal, we have to.
Oh, we have to. Okay, my bad.
Oh, that's right, transmittal. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Justine Day with Development Services. The city, as the applicant, is requesting a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning of the subject property following a staff-initiated annexation. The approximately 88-acre property includes the Hammock Point and Hammock Reserve subdivisions, which are fully built out and contain 196 existing single-family homes. The parcel has already been platted, developed, and is receiving city wastewater services. On October 28th, 2025, the City Council approved the annexation with the understanding that the appropriate future land use and zoning designations would be established at a later date and time. Staff is now proposing to complete that process. Sorry, 1 second. The property is currently designated with the urban low-density future land use category under Lake County. When reviewing the subdivisions under the city's requirements, staff found the low-density residential future land use category to be the most compatible. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 6-0 for ordinance number 2026-021. Staff recommends transmittal of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment and the introduction of the rezoning ordinance number 2026-022. If approved, the state will then have 60 days for review to provide comments back to the city regarding the proposed map amendment. Once complete, the findings will be presented to the City Council during a regularly scheduled hearing sometime in August for final determination. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you. It's an introduction. We have it, and so now it's ready for transmittal. If we so desire, I entertain a motion.
I'll move ordinance number 2026-021, intro transmittal.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for item number 18, ordinance number 2026-021, intro transmittal. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well.
I would move ordinance number 2026-022, intro rezoning.
We've got to read it in the record real quick.
I thought she just did, didn't she?
That
No.
was just the
No,
transmittal.
wait.
Oh, I thought she said it in there. I heard her say it in there, so my bad.
Sorry.
Wow, we in a rush. Item number 19, ordinance number 2026-022. It's okay.
You're not alone, I've done that too.
Do you have anything else?
An ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Clermont, referred to in Chapter 122 of Ordinance Number 289C, Code of Ordinances, rezoning the real properties described herein as shown below, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
Okay. Entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept, I've lost it, sorry. I went ahead of
Brian was
myself.
ready.
Ordinance number 2026-21.
No.
No, it's 2-2.
2-2.
I second.
I was in the right spot.
I have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance for introduction of ordinance number 2026-022. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor,
Mr.
can I
Day,
request
you
third
I was about to ask you, you was in a rush to do that, and I think that means you need a break.
Well, I don't need one, but I think we should take one because I don't want to break in the middle of the presentation.
Right.
And we're getting to that point where we
Right.
typically ask for a 10-minute.
Right, that's fine. 10 minutes, we'll be back at 5:30, 5:30.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
we'll come back to order and move to item number 20.
So I have to bring up on my report as we can do that. On the 23rd, 2:45.
Ready, Chief?
Yep, I'm ready. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm David Ezel, Fire Chief with the Clermont Fire Department. I kind of want to just preface what we're going to be doing tonight, kind of go over what it is and what it's not. We will be bringing an item back for consideration by council on the 23rd for us to move forward with an application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity with Lake County. What we're going to talk about tonight is just our analysis of going through that process, the costs, the different time elements and everything else in there, as well as take into consideration a lot of the questions that came up in the last workshop. So we've worked that into the presentation, so hopefully we answer that. We've also supplied each of you with some supplemental documentation. Included in that is the proposed budget for the transport for next year. That is a worst case scenario, so we've got everything broken out by line item. And we also included the analytical model that we ran when we started first having conversations with the county about 18 months ago. And that involved us taking our model and dropping ambulances at different locations within the city until we were able to achieve that 10-minute response time for an ambulance on scene at the 90th percentile. So that's just in there to give you a little additional information, and we'll go along and have time for questions if anything comes up. But just wanted to just kind of put it out there that today is information only. We're not looking for a decision or anything else. That'll be done at a later date after there's been time for further conversation if needed and for you to take all the information in and absorb it. So, you got the clicker? Okay. So the certificate of public convenience and necessity, what that is the first piece that is needed before we can approach the state and request an ALS license. By state statute, that is governed by the counties. The Board of County Commissioners is the sole authority in issuing COPCNs either for non-transport or transport services. And that includes basic life support and advanced life support. So currently we operate under the county's license, and we have our trucks are stickered to be able to provide ALS non-transport services. So what we looked at is the reason we did this was something that came up as a priority of council. As I stated 18 months ago, we were looking at the operational demand and the system performance, mainly that at that point in time we were over 17 minutes at the 90th percentile for emergency responses from our ambulances, and we were looking to get those times down. We went through the revenues, the expenses. We had a lot of conversations with the county on how we might do that with a partnership, and we still, to this point, have not made a lot of progress going forward with those conversations. So we're looking at going in a different approach and looking to get our own COPCN so that we can operate and then have the options to do whatever we would like to do as a council for meeting those goals. So one of the things that we talked about, a little hard to see on this slide, the operational demand. We were talking about the different volumes of calls that we have with our different service programs. Looking at this, you can see that our EMS calls have increased a little bit each year. In 2023, we were at 5,451, and last year we were up to 5,829. So we're seeing modest increases there. And between those years, we saw an overall increase of about 12.5% in our annual call responses. So I believe we're trending to about 9,000 calls this year.
Did you say 9,000?
9,000 total calls, not just EMS. That's all service demand. So
can you go back one slide?
Sure.
Okay, so from 8,500 to 9,000.
Yeah, so we'll probably be over 6,000 on the EMS. You can see we were at 5,829 last year. That'll probably be up a little over 6,000 this year.
Okay, thank you.
And this is a breakdown on the performance that we were seeing prior to ambulances being added, and then what we're seeing now with additional ambulances that have been added by the county. So for the ones that we want to look at is the Bravo and Echo 90th percentile. Those are what we call emergent responses. The Alphas are considered lower priority, so we separate those out. What we saw in the last couple of months of 2025 is that we were at about 15:54, so just under 16 minutes for an ambulance to arrive. What we have year to date through May 25th, we're looking at 12 minutes and 24 seconds to get the ambulance on scene at the 90th percentile. So while we've seen an improvement, we still are not at the number that we need to get to 10 minutes. And that was something that our model showed. Our model showed that we needed to add 6 additional ambulances to get to that number. With the county adding 4 additional units, we've seen the time drop. But our data is telling us that 2 additional ambulances are needed to get those numbers to where they need to be. Oh, can we go back? So, and just one other thing to note, the last 2.5 months of 2025, there were a total of 99 responses that exceeded a 15-minute arrival for the ambulance. Compared with this year, with the additional ambulances being added, with almost 5 full months of responses, that number is down to 83. So there's definitely an improvement in the system. Okay, so the EMS funding structure, the residents from the city of Clermont through the MSTU are currently contributing approximately $2.9 million annually that goes to the county through the county MSTU. The MSTU and transport revenues are collected by Lake County and used to support countywide ambulance services. Ambulance deployments decisions remain under the control of the county. That's something that we do not have a seat at the table as to how that takes place and where priorities are given. We currently have no direct control over how the MSTU has billed funds and to improve services within the city. And our existing interlocal agreements remain in effect and include provisions governing the MSTU participation. If we elected to assume EMS transport responsibilities, the city would assume associated operational costs, including dispatch, medical direction, supplies, communications, and fleet support. And a key question here is, should we continue to fund EMS transport exclusively through the county system or preserve the ability to directly manage these through our resources in the future? So when we started looking at why we would want to do fire transport services, we looked at, first off, that EMS is about 70% of our overall business volume. It's by far our biggest service delivery program. Ambulance times remain above the council objectives, part of what we looked at inside of our strategic plan that we brought to council for approval. And Clermont residents contribute millions annually through the MSTU to the system. And local deployment decisions they're not within the purview of the fire department of this board, so we have no say if we want to change those metrics. So the question is no longer whether EMS transport is feasible. The question is whether Clermont should preserve the ability to control its own EMS future. So as we're getting into the financials, I'm going to let Assistant Chief Castler step in and talk a little bit to those ends.
Assistant Chief Rick Castler of Administration with the Clermont Fire Department. Council, the EMS financial assumptions, as we go through these numbers, it's going to be the assumption that we're going to have 2 frontline ambulances, 2 reserve ambulances, with the asterisks that our existing ambulance that we have would be included in the fleet. The startup costs are going to include outfitting, radios, our MDTs, all the equipment necessary to provide day-to-day operation. And then some of the assumptions concerning collections are based off of numbers provided to us when we started talking with the county 18 months ago about what the average collection rate was per transport, which is $423.58. So you'll see that. And with the assumption of 2 transport units with an average of 4 calls per day, that brings us to 2920 is what we believe that those could reasonably accomplish in a day. For reference, we had 5,600 transports in the Clermont area in the last year, approximately. So with that, the projected annual revenue of the program, starting with 2 ambulances, would be $1.2 million. Staffing to do that would be our Division Chief of EMS, an EMS training lieutenant, and an additional 15 firefighters, paramedics for 24/7 coverage with 2 units. So with an independent system, what is it going to cost, right? year one and recurring. So year one cost and recurring salaries are going to stay the same, plus or minus any adjustments based on the collective bargaining agreement. Year one operating costs are going to be about $1.5 million. That includes some minor equipment necessary to outfit our personnel plus the units. And then the recurring operating cost for both of those units is going to be about $957,000. That includes what we anticipate having to pay to contract for ancillary services such as medical direction, medical supplies, and communications. Capital equipment, that's to buy all of the big trucks, 1.5. So our gross program cost for year one, what is it going to cost in our budget? Approximately $5.3 million with a recurring cost of about 3.2. If we modify that and less our expected revenue, we get a net program cost of $4 million on year one and a little over $2 million on year two. If we add in the MSTU collection and the city chooses to break away from the system and collect the $2.9 million from the MSTU, that leaves us with a net cost year one of 1.15, and then we would actually show revenue in the recurring annual cost of about $878,000. So cost per resident with the impact if we are fully independent, starting with 2 units, barring that we collect the MSTU at 4 transports a day, it's $22.65 a year per citizen, or revenue of $17.21 per citizen for years 2 and on. So this is just kind of looking at it the same way. The key advantage here is that does provide local control and its independence and has the ability for us to transport and provide any operational decisions necessary. So, do you want to take over the timeline?
Yeah, we can do that. So in this slide, what we've done is we've taken a look at all of our current and future planned facilities and identified, where do we have the capacity to be able to add ambulances. I know in our conversations with the county, that was one of the things that continually came up is, when can we get an ambulance in one of your fire stations? And the reality is, over the last year, Clermont has continued to grow, and the county is just now starting to grow. So what's happened over that time period is we have expanded our footprint within our stations, and we don't have the space to house any ambulances anywhere. Even if we were to do it today, we don't have anywhere to put them. Case in point to that, there was a letter sent from Chief Bishop back in 2017 to the county in regard to Fire Station number 2, and he effectively terminated the agreement to house ambulances in Fire Station 2 because of the growth, that we had more units there, more personnel, and we no longer had the space in that facility to house the ambulance crews. So what we did is we looked out going forward and looking at Fire Station 1. Right now, we don't have the available space to put an ambulance in without doing some major renovations there and some restructuring on where crews are located. We don't see a future provision for them to be able to be there. Looking at Station 2, which we're getting ready to start construction on and anticipate that it'll be ready to be operational on or before June of next year. That will be built so that we could possibly put an ambulance in that location. The accommodations there will be for up to 10 people. So that is an option. Station 3 is another location where it would take significant modifications in order to create the room to be able to put an ambulance there. Station 4, that is currently a shared station with the county, and without one of the suppression units, there's one from us and one from the county that's in that station, and without one of those suppression units being relocated, we do not have capacity to put an ambulance at that location either. 2 other opportunities that we have, the fire station down in Wellness Way, Station 5, we are intending to plan that so that we can have up to 10 personnel in there, so that would facilitate providing the space for an ambulance crew. And then we are looking at the land on Old Highway 50 that we just purchased, and that station there, we are looking at putting capacity to have both an engine and a ambulance crew there. So, as we work this out over the timelines, there will be capacity in the future, but today it doesn't exist. And I think that's one of the key components here. When we talk about why we want to look at getting a COPC in, attending some of the county's presentations, one of the things that they shared is that, the frustration with the lack of infrastructure. While they've added the ambulances, they are moving them up to key locations within the city to get the response times down, but they don't have the infrastructure to have those ambulances there 24/7. And our plan is to build that. So that's something that we can provide with the plan that we've got, is to have that and ensure that they're going to be available on a 24/7 basis. So looking at a timeline, phase one would be authorization and planning. That would be council approval of proceeding with the application, getting the budget approved, getting the personnel on board as soon as the funds are appropriated, and that's going to take us about 18 months to get those personnel ready to go out into the field. And a realistic timeline on that is having them start probably around January of 2028 is what we're looking at. So we're gonna have to spend about a year getting them up to speed, getting them through paramedic school, getting them trained up as firefighters so that they can function as a dual certified person on the ambulance. And then looking out, we're looking at adding a couple of ambulances, each year as we're going out, working towards getting to having those 6 ambulances within Clermont to provide that model that we built out. And also anticipating that we're going to have some additional growth, and as we have more people and the call volumes go up, that there may be more of a need for additional ambulances. So looking at a fully independent system, like I said, this is a worst case scenario. With 6 ambulances being in service, estimating transports at $5,600 a year, our total operating cost would be at about $8.4 million. So projected revenue from that would be $2.4 million, and if we were to receive the MSTU funds from that, that would be $2.9 million in revenue back to the city, and with a net cost of $3.1 million, and we're looking at a cost recovery of about 63%. One other important thing to note, if you have 6 ambulances out there, that will be effectively adding 12 additional firefighters to each shift. So for that cost, that's something that is a tremendous benefit. I mean, currently, we're operating with the minimum staffing of what is it? It's going to be 23? Yes. So it'll be 23 when Station 5 goes online, so it's almost a 50% increase in the number of firefighters we'll have out there that'll be available for, not just the EMS calls, but also fire calls and other things that are happening out there. So, it's a really, really attractive price point, and that's kind of what we've been looking at for our model, is putting our engines along with an ambulance in the fire stations, is to be a highly effective way to have the crew size that we need to be effective out in the field, not only with the first response unit, but with getting the ERFs there. You want to go through dispatch?
So currently for dispatch, it's provided by the county. They do a fantastic job. When we look at their times and how they provide their service, they are shaving minutes off of our response time. Based on what Clermont PD pays to contract with the county for an independent dispatch, we're estimating that would be about $600,000, approximately $15,000 per year for the additional radios and maintenance agreement that we already currently have with the county that they provide. So that's about $615,000 out of that $900,000 on the ongoing operating costs. We have no desire to leave the county when it comes to communications. They have one of the best in the country. It would make no sense. It would make sense for us to contract with them. I'll take this. And then we were asked at the workshop what our historical agreements were. Historically, county ambulances were housed in the fire stations. When I first started, I'm in my 19th year, we did have ambulances at our fire stations. They have changed throughout the years as growth. We have had to grow our fire suppression units to meet demand and maintain our ISO, and as that time has gone, we've grown and the buildings have not. As Chief said on our timeline, we are working on dealing with that. So that's our challenge. We have run out of space for the ambulances, and then it asks the question, if we're going to invest in infrastructure, do we invest in it for ourselves or do we invest in it for somebody else when we're already paying? This is the 2024 proposal.
Oh, you want to? So the 2025 county proposal that we, it's from October. Yep. Yeah, so this was back in October when we approached the county. Lake County proposed a shared EMS transport partnership with Clermont. The city would fund, staff, and equip and operate the transport units with the county EMS system, And the discussions also included dispatch, medical direction, billing, deployment, and operational oversight. The proposal required Clermont ambulances to be fully integrated into the county's deployment model. So what I mean by that is the county was wanting us to cover countywide. So with Clermont being a little over 20 square miles, it didn't make operational sense to us that we would commit ambulances to serving a 1,200 square mile area. You very easily, especially with challenges in the system, if a ambulance was, say, to go to Leesburg, they could very easily be tapped for another call in that area and literally spend their time anywhere but Clermont. So that was something we were looking to put some limitations on. We were okay going a little outside of Clermont where it made sense, but that was really the main piece where things fell apart. It was kind of an all or none deal how it was proposed to us. So we're not in agreement that they could be assigned anywhere in the county based on system need. And, if we're going to be covering a lot of the cost of those resources, we need to make sure they're closer to home. So one of the areas that we've looked at, actually Mr. Peterson shared this with us, and I've had a chance to talk with their mayor and some of the other folks down there, was the city of Venice. That was a very similar situation to what we're dealing with here. Venice was having challenges with Sarasota County, and Venice, after several years of going back and forth with the county, has finally secured a COPCN for them to provide transport services, and I believe it's 2 ambulances they're operating now. So after 5 years of having those ambulances in service, they are actually showing their operation being in the black. So they're actually revenue positive. So compared to what they were paying with the county running the setup. So that was something that was very enlightening. You can do something a little different within a system. It doesn't have to be a one size fits all for the entire county, especially for an area like us where we're a lot more populated than other areas of the county. So the key findings, like we said before, EMS is now 70% of our total business volume. Our ambulances, the response times remain above the council-adopted performance objectives, even despite recent system improvements. The residents contribute almost $3 million to the system, and we feel we get less than that in return for what we're receiving. The analysis demonstrates that a municipal EMS transport system is operationally feasible and can be implemented through a phased approach. So at full build-out, EMS-related revenues and projected costs to offset are approximately $5.3 million annually, reducing the city's share of operating costs to about $3.1 million for the entire program. And a COPCN will be required for Clermont to move forward with any type of an independent operation. So next steps tonight was just a presentation to provide information, answer any questions that may be there, determine if there's a need, determine if we had a viable solution, if it's financially achievable, and then to answer any questions that council may have. Like I said earlier, this is primarily about access to care as well as local accountability and having the transparency of the operation. So, we've provided the additional information in the packets. What I would offer to council is if there are additional questions between now and the June 23rd meeting, please reach out. We'd be happy to have you come in, sit down for a deeper dive on any of the, any of the numbers in the presentation, the budget, or anything else that we provided. We've got more stuff that we can sit down and go through with you on it.
That it, Chief?
What's that?
That's it?
That's the presentation.
Okay. Give me a minute before I bring it back to council. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this, they may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, anyone online? Okay, what say council?
One of the things you said is that the MSTU is 2.9. My understanding was that represents 20% of the revenues, 80% is through billing. Did you mention billing in here at all?
We used the county's average. That was information that was provided to us from Lake County, and I believe it was based on 2024 data, and that's where we came up with the average of being $473 per transport. It's going to vary based on the type of transport, and we have to also understand that not every transport is going to result in revenue. There are going to be people that are going to be unable to pay, so it's not going to be 100% collection rate. So we were going off of data that the county had for the countywide system.
But I mean, if you would just, let's just assume you get everybody. So if it's 2.9 in MSTU, I calculated it'd be 11.6 million for billing them, if that's 80%. Let's say you cut that down some, let's say it's 11 only, or 10. So now you got 10 plus 2.9, that's 12.9 annual, so wouldn't that cover everything at that point?
Not 100% based on our projections, and we are trying to stay a little bit on the conservative side.
Okay. Breaking even is still a good thing to be.
I'd love to be wrong and come back and say that we made a lot more money than we thought we did. But we're basing it off of 4 transports, and we're using the average for collection. So I mean, they could easily run 5 or 6 transports a day. But that's something that we can't predict. So we're going with safe numbers on the projections.
But one other thing you said, like your personnel, if we're responding now, primary, you get a call, a beta to an echo call, you respond with a truck, correct? So
Correct.
In the event that you didn't respond with the truck, that truck would stay in house. There's a cost for doing that too, as opposed to just taking the ambulance out on the call. Is that correct or no?
That is correct. I mean, with an echo level call, which is the most severe type of call that we get, we would still continue to send out both the ambulance and the fire truck. A lot of times on those calls, you need more than 2 people to adequately be able to treat that patient.
Sure.
So we would maintain that model. But if we were operating independently, we would have the ability to go in there and take a look at it. Where does it make sense and where does it not make sense to send both units out to a call? So those are things that we could have conversations with with our medical director on, and make those determinations as to where are we willing to accept risk and where are we not.
Related to that, Chief, there's a couple different numbers, and I want to make sure I'm tracking with you. On my page 8, it shows 2 transport units with 2920 transports. Do you feel, are my numbers accurate on that? 2,920 transports if we have 2 units?
So that's only based off of each of those units running 4 calls a day.
Okay.
So we're estimating that they're only gonna run 4 calls a day. That's a reasonable number to expect based on our call volume, or with simultaneous calls, because that's the other one, is we're busier during the day, and so we have a lot of simultaneous calls. So what's the estimate that we could reasonably expect that unit to do? So that's completely low. The realistic is it's probably gonna be 6, 7, 8
Right.
Per day, but for a safe number, we went with four transports per day per unit, so that's where the 2920 comes from out of that 5,600.
Well, that's what I wanted to understand. So the county's currently running 5,600 calls with 2 units now.
Now they've added additional 4, but prior to, with the previous deployment, 5,600 were covered by the majority of basically 2 to 3 units. And I know Chief Simpson has a breakdown of what those call types were. When we went through this exercise, he was able to tell how many calls were run by these units in their city, because they do track that.
But you were looking at, I believe your question was for the total number of transports during that year, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the county currently has 6 units dedicated to Clermont?
There are 6 units in the Clermont area. They are countywide units.
But they're countywide units. Okay. So, I see. But we know we have 5,600 calls in Clermont. So presumably if we have 4 units, we could cover the next couple of years of calls if we had 4.
Yeah, if we added 2 today, you'd see we'd be at our numbers. If the county left their 6 in place and didn't move them, we'd be pretty much at our benchmark.
But those 6 aren't dedicated to Clermont. Again, those are countywide. Okay, that's what. All right, give me some numbers. Advanced life support, we want to be under a 6-minute for emergency response, right?
For the first arriving, we want them there in 6 minutes. That's so that we can start that definitive care, and we want the ambulance on scene 90% of the time, no more than 10 minutes.
And what is a fire response time?
Pretty much the same thing. We want the first arriving crew with 4 personnel on scene inside of 6 minutes.
Okay.
and we want the entire complement, the effective response force, which is more like 16 people, we want them there inside of 10 minutes.
And then, have you taken into consideration in this presentation the possibility of reallocating or saving funds at fire stations 2, 5, and 6 by being able to have an ambulance and a fire truck at those stations versus having 2 fire trucks at those stations?
That is actually one of the more attractive things with us getting into transport. That is one of the things we're looking at. With having the dual certified personnel, like Station 6 is a perfect example. If you had an engine company there with 3 people and you had an ambulance with 2 firefighters, you've got a crew of 5 operating out of that station.
So you have not taken operational savings on the fire side into the presentation you gave us today?
I touched on it lightly with, explaining that we could be adding 12 firefighters to the shift with 6 ambulances at a very, very low cost compared to what the traditional model would look like with putting an engine company out there with a lieutenant engineer and firefighter.
But your black and white numbers don't include that?
They do not.
Okay, that's what I understood.
This is purely transport.
And then on the subject of, is it BC 90, the Mineola Fire Station, that's just north of Lincoln Park? Am I saying the right, it says BC 90 on the map.
Yes, that is, I believe, yeah, that's the depot the ambulances are operating out of.
So when I'm looking at this map, my understanding is that Mineola is going to be pulling out of BC 90 or moving it to a different location. Is that still
I believe they're
accurate?
completely moved out now, but just for our awareness, these maps were built before the ambulances were in there, so these responses do not include those ambulance units being in that location.
But for purposes of our current fire response, what would be, when this was printed with BC 90 in effect, we were in the 420 to 540 time for 199 calls in that region, or in those regions, excuse me, not just the Lincoln Park area. But what's going to happen to Lincoln Park, if anything, now that BC 90 is gone?
That is one of the areas we're looking at, and that's one of the locations that we've identified as an opportunity for us to look at placing a unit in between fire stations. And we've got a few other locations around the city where we've seen that same data coming up.
I would like to see that addressed by June 23rd, what's going to happen there in that region, since they're pulled out already. And then you're kind of, I guess I'm looking at basic math, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but if there's currently an MSTU for $2.9 million that the citizens are paying, and that pays for 6 ambulances, presumably, not entirely for us, but presumably that pays for 6 ambulances, and 5,600 calls should be producing something like, 2.4 million in revenue. So that's 5.3 million in revenue between the MSTU and the collections, which you've said to be low. And you're looking at
Let's go back to this slide.
4 ambulances could serve our needs. The numbers that, it seems to me with conservative numbers that you're looking at a break even if we had 4 ambulances, because 5.3, you're looking at 3.2 million cost for 4 ambulances, but 4 ambulances, that would cover 4 ambulances with 2.9 in the MSTU and 2.4 coming in from collections. It seems like it's a net positive.
Yeah, the other piece we'd have to look at would be the workload on the crews as far as
Right.
the number of utilization hours that the crews are doing to achieve that number. It's always more attractive to do more with less, but there's a break point to where you're grinding your staff into the ground because of the amount they're working. So we're looking at optimal utilization numbers for the units to be out there, and that's part of what we'll be doing is we're adding. We'll be taking a look at what's their percentage of time commitment to actually running calls. And is that within a reasonable time frame? And there's some guidelines out there that we follow when we look at that as to determinations for adding additional units.
Do we have a way of knowing how often the 6 ambulances that are designated for Clermont by Lake County are actually leaving the city of Clermont?
That's something we could look into. I know we've got access to a lot of the data. I could have Chief Luganbull look into that, and I know he's done some early models, taking a look at when they are being relocated to other areas.
And in your conversations with the county, has there ever been a commitment or willingness to discuss a commitment by the county to designate a certain number of ambulances specifically for Clermont and have them not be countywide, whether we operate it or they operate it?
I think the conversations that we've had with the county is the system is the system. You know, they have a system in place that provides countywide coverage, and they don't want to deviate from that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Mr. Bay?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take you up on your offer to come back.
Absolutely.
I want to just, these presentations coupled with the two that we had at the workshop, I want to make, I don't want to sit here and keep going back and forth with all the questions. So I want to compile them all into one list. But I do have a couple of upfront, just clarification, because it'll inform like how I read this and ask questions. So the net city cost on slide 13, on page 13 for us, you have as 3.1 million. On the next page, you talk about some dispatch costs of 615. Is that 615 in that 3.1?
Everything's included.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that because it was on a separate slide, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't a add-on
the
to the
8.4 that you're seeing for total operating costs is inclusive of all
of the 615 and everything else.
Maintenance and all the other things we got to do.
Okay.
Supplies, and like I said, this is a worst case scenario. This is with us doing 100% of the work and the lift and having no partnership with Lake County. So there's a lot of room there for conversations to be had. Just because we get a COPCN doesn't mean that we have to break away and do our own thing and, you know, not share or work together or anything else. Those partnerships can still exist. And to be honest, the majority of what's in place today could remain. You know, if the partnership was there and if the numbers look good and it was going to be something that was going to be equitable to all parties, I mean, you know, why wouldn't we look at something like that? So that's the great thing about the COPCN. It brings the power for us to make the decisions on what direction we go.
Do you know when Venice got their COCPN and started their 2 ambulances?
I know in talking with the mayor, they've been operational down there for about 5 years, but I'd have to get some information to find the exact date.
Okay. Because I was looking at some data on Venice to try to see, because I didn't know anything about the city of Venice overall, and it's a city that's about 20,000 or more fewer residents. And about 3 to 4 square miles less.
Yeah, it's a small area.
And so I'm just concerned about comparing a smaller community with a median age much older than ours. I think Venice's median age is like 69 and ours is 42 compared most recent.
And that's where we've been very cautious about the revenues.
I'm just concerned about using that as an example really in any way, because I don't know that it's apples to apples in that regard. And I feel like
it was
it's
more
a
about
distraction.
showing that it can be done.
Okay.
And it has happened elsewhere in the state.
Yeah.
Where, you know, you've got municipalities operating underneath of a county system.
Okay. That's why I wanted to try to get some background information on that, because I've heard that mentioned a couple of different times. All right. I'm going to compile all of my questions from all the different presentations so that I can discuss those with you before our next meeting. Thank you.
All right. I know we just slightly scratched the itch, so
Yeah.
you know, when you're ready, please reach out.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Well, Chief, I guess I'm a little confused because basically I think one of the biggest thing is to get response time down. But you saying that we can do this with 2 ambulances, but yet and still we got 4 in the county right now, and we say we're still having trouble getting response time down when they providing us with 4. So how you propose to keep the response time down with just 2?
Well, that's something we're going to have to watch. You know, it's going to be a year-to-year thing. I mean, if we add 2 and the county leaves the 4 there, and we don't see significant population increases, and the times stay around the 10-minute mark, then there's no need to go further. But you know, like I said, we can't control the county system, and if some of those units get relocated to other areas of the county, that's going to have a negative impact on our community. And as we see those times start to climb, that's when we're going to come back and present that information and say we need to look at adding more ambulances to our system so that we can account for, you know, the lack of resources in being able to cover it. The same would be true if the population increases and we don't add ambulances, which is effectively what's happened over the last decade.
Okay, and other concern, quite a few concerns I have with it. With the MSTU, we're doing 2.9 million right now. And you keep talking about we get the 2.9 million MSTU back from the county, but if they're still providing service and we partner with them, you think they're gonna give us that 2.9 back? How are we gonna make up that? 'Cause
Well, I mean,
I don't see that happening.
That would have to be a council decision as to whether you wanted to change the agreement. One option is that there is an exit clause for that. Another option would be just a partnership where we come up with some other form of how we're going to operate. I know under the model that we were talking with the county with back in October, they were going to let us operate under their system, and we would collect a portion of the MSTU plus whatever we collected as a transport. That could still be done even if we had our own COPCN. The county has that exact relationship with the villages where they come into certain areas of the county and provide services. So those types of things could take place in both directions. So if they ran a call in Clermont, we could give them a piece of the MSTU based on the previous year's transports and allow them to bill and collect what they can collect. So that's something that could be reciprocated both ways.
Yeah, well, I think maybe we need to look at the figures, and if we still have to depend upon county, exactly how much of that 2.9 million we getting back? Because basically everything you're showing here is showing the whole 2.9 million. Okay, and I don't see them giving back the 2.9 million if they still having to provide service.
Well, it's a 5-year agreement. We're in year 3 of the agreement. It'll be up for renewal in 2027.
Yeah.
Or no, 28. Sorry. So at that point, council can make the decision, or you could exercise the exit clause on that if if the city wanted to look at doing the MSTU just for us specifically if we were under that license. So I mean that's something that the council is going to have a conversation on and take a look at. But like I said, there's a lot of options out there on how we could proceed once we got into the business of transport.
I guess another one of my concerns, if we only doing 2 ambulances, do you have any data on how many actual call each ambulance is making every day?
Well, we do, and that's where we provided those numbers in there. That was the 2,400, roughly 2,400 calls per year for for those ambulances running, and that's how we came up with the anticipated revenues. And that was anticipating that they would run 4 calls a day per unit.
Well, that's anticipating the way we run 4 calls per unit. But if I have this ambulance here, and you're saying he's running 4 calls, what happened if we end up with 6 calls he need to run today? How do we compensate for that? And besides that, if he's out on a call, you got 2 ambulances sitting here, and both of them is tied up somewhere. Of course, I guess that's where county come in at, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know in part of your presentation, you really just said we need 6 ambulances.
Correct. Based on the model, we needed 6 additional.
To do it.
And 18 months ago, we first started looking at this.
Well, I don't have that. I mean, if you want, what I'm seeing you presenting here is going to depend upon a big partnership with Lake County, is what I'm seeing, okay? Because I don't see them giving back all this $2.9 million if they still got to provide ambulance service to us. Other concern I had, you say station number 1 will not have an ambulance. Okay, where is the closest ambulance unit that would be?
We are looking at other areas. We've entertained the possibility of, is there an opportunity to do something at 12th Street? That's something we're looking into. We've looked at, like we talked about Lincoln Park. That's another area where, we're looking to see is there a location over there where we could locate something. And I think Station 6 is a great example of what we could look at. I mean, that's something where we'll be doing what's called a box modular building. It's a hurricane rated structure, but it's not a traditional fire station. So that's something that can be built relatively quickly at a lower cost than a traditional brick and mortar building, and have enough there to operate the station out of. So for Station 6, the proposal we've got in next year's budget, it's basically $933,000. It's turnkey for that, and that's for a station to house 6 people, and that includes the building to park the engine and the ambulance in.
Okay, well, and you mentioned 12th Street, because that would be my concern. If we don't have a unit at Station 1, where is the closest one to 12th Street be located? And if it's, right now, even if we put one at Station 2, which is always down in Kingsbridge, or one out at Station 3, and which is another question I asked, have we even looked at any data and see how much time is added to response time due to the traffic they have to incur? For example, I just sit down at the waterfront on Saturday, watching the ambulance try to get into the waterfront, doing all the festivities down there Saturday, and it ended up taking them about 12 minutes, but most of them were fighting just trying to get through the traffic.
We do. That model that we presented to you, that's something that we typically run every year.
Mm-hmm.
We can do it more often. It just we typically get the data updated quarterly from the vendor. And that is where we can really take a look at, where are we being impacted? And we can look at specific service delivery programs, we can look at specific units. And those are things we take into consideration, and we have the flexibility with that model to move units, add stations, increase the volume, so all those things can come into play. And that's where we're getting a lot of our stuff. And I can't necessarily explain all of it. It's made by the same company that the county's going to with their ambulance deployment model, and it uses a lot of back end stuff where there's a little black box there that does a lot of thinking and coming up with things, and it's scary how accurate that system gets sometimes. So it's a great planning tool that answers those questions for us.
Well, and I would like to, I don't know if the data you're presenting here on times and everything took in consideration there, where you just say, hey, this is what it took to get there and all. But like I say, I did notice this weekend, while I'm sitting at Waterfront, we had 3 calls down. The ambulance had to come in 3 times, and each time they had a lot of trouble getting there because of the traffic. So when we look at these call times, with the traffic situation we have here, is that being considered? Why it's taking, one of the other reasons why it's taking so long? And especially when I look at you saying you can't have one at Station 1 call on 12th Street, and close to the ambulance we have located is, say, Station 3. I think it'd take more than 10 minutes to get there.
That's why we're looking, Mayor. We understand what you're saying.
See, so these kind of things, I mean, I understand the goal, and I would love to get there. The other question I've asked you this several times before, I mean, if we getting ETM, the ETs there within 6 minutes, 7 minutes to learn the medical attention and everything, why is such a big concern to have an ambulance there in 10 minutes? Because the life-saving services will be performed by the ones that's getting there in 6 minutes. Ambulance is just coming to transport. Okay.
Well, it's a little more involved than that, Mayor.
Yeah.
When you're looking at your highest acuity calls, your trauma alerts, stroke alerts, sepsis alerts, and other types of calls like that, there is definitive care we cannot provide in the field. We can stabilize a patient, but we can't treat them. And the only chance they have is getting into a medical facility and having advanced procedures that they can do at a hospital that we can't do out in the field. Now, there are some places that they'll have a stroke unit stood up, and they can address those types of calls, but those are extremely expensive to operate. It's nothing that we have the capacity to put in place. So when you have those patients, our only option is to get them to the hospital as quickly as we can. And the data shows that the quicker we get them there, the more likely they have for a positive outcome.
And I totally agree with that, and the quicker we can get them there, the better. But getting there, I mean, I've been out on calls and seen the scenes and been in locations where EMS got there was there, but before we can even stabilize the patient, they had to work on them for 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And the ambulance just sitting there, and the ambulance happened to almost beat them there, and they sit there all this time tied up.
Yeah, it depends on the call. The different call types are going to have different treatment modalities, and some of those. I mean, we're not going to spend the 15 minutes on scene. We're going to get them loaded up on a transport unit. And we're going to get them to the hospital as quickly as they can. But if for a case like you're talking about, if you have somebody that's in cardiac arrest, we're going to work them until we get a heartbeat back.
Well, I mean, I applaud the initiative wanting to do it on our own, but I can say I remember when we used to try to do it on our own and what it costs, and these numbers that I'm looking at, they're not adding up, and I think they're going to be a little bit more costly than what we projecting here. And as Mr. Banks said, I'm gonna have to go back and look at it a little bit more. But I do want to commend. I will say this to Lake County. I was at a location a couple of weeks ago. A young lady fell out with heat exhaustion, I guess, at a funeral, and actually the ambulance got there before our fire truck got there. And and they was I'm like, wow, I'm shocked. EMS for actually responding. I was actually physically there when it all happened. I'm like, okay, wow. So times are getting better.
Yeah, they have improved. Absolutely.
So I wanted to make sure I meant to call the county and let them know that I have seen some improvements, because I do see a lot of ambulance calls in service. And like I said, on Saturday, I watched all 3 calls and really watching the times of when the ambulance showed up. But the biggest thing I saw with them on Saturday was the fact of trying to get through the crowd. and get there, and even though it still took them 12 minutes or so to get there.
And that's something we've actually been working with the county on and partnering with some of our bigger events. We've been requesting the county to come in and stage an ambulance at those locations just for that reason because of access issues. And the county has been very forthcoming on that. So,
and I guess that was going to be one of the things I was going to ask you when we have events like that and Pick on the Pond and everything. I think we have an ambulance station there and everything. In the future, I think. Well, I was going to say this to Mr. Van Wagner. Actually, one of the things when they come in and ask for events like this, can we almost insist that they have an ambulance or something? Do they have to pay for that, Mr. Wall? What? Especially when it's hot like that, because like I say, 3 people. I mean, they were falling out pretty bad down there Saturday.
It depends on the event. If it's a private event, we do have some events that are charged for the personnel that are on standby. But if it's a city event, like Red, White, and Boom, something like that, we provide all of our services at no cost. And that would be the request of the county if they brought a transport unit in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, I still have to look at some of the numbers because they're not quite adding up to me. Of course, I'm not don't claim to be a real CPA mathematician, but some things not adding up in here to me, and I'll take a look at it. And I say I don't have any problem with trying to do it on our own, but the numbers need to add up, and I don't see us. I just don't want to get into trying to provide a service, halfway provide a service, and then we have to still turn around and charge for you paying the county to help pay for, and we charging our residents additional funds to do that. They paying twice. Okay. Is my big concern.
I understand that, and the invitation is open. If you'd like to come over and grill us and just hit us with everything until you get your questions answered, we'd be more than happy to do that.
Okay. All right. But we'll continue to work it and see where we go. And, of course, I think Mr. Bain covered Venice for me because I was concerned why I understand now that you chose Venice because they did it, but of course I don't compare Venice with Clermont because they're half our size, and of course they only operate with 2. We 1 minute we're saying we need 2, and the next minute we're saying we need 6 to do it. We're all over the place, so we need to come up with a sure program what we need, and if we're gonna do it, as I said before, let's go all out and do it. So let's look at, if we need 6, we need to do 6. And if you gotta just break away from the county, break away from the county. Other than that, I mean, I don't have no problem doing a partnership, but then your figure's gonna have to change because I don't see them giving up all that MSTU. Okay.
Well, always open to sitting down and having the conversation.
All right.
Can I ask
Right.
one follow-up question?
Sure.
Is that okay with council? Just one. If we're getting 6,000 calls for EMS a year, that's 16 calls a day. Is that how you're coming up with 4 ambulances with 4 calls a day?
We were just being conservative with adding those ambulances in there, knowing that we had 8 in the area already, so we would be adding 2 additional for 10, and just take a look at the breakout on that.
But how much time let's imagine you're going to a local hospital, not Orlando. If you're going to a local hospital, how much time does each call take to get to the scene, treat the patient, transport them, and get back to another call?
Get 10.
I was gonna say, it does depend, it does vary, but if you look at our average call duration is 30 to 45 minutes, plus then they've got to travel to the hospital and once they treat that almost looking at another call. We're estimating an hour and a half to 2 hours per call.
So in theory, they could run 12 calls a day.
They could. I know there's some trucks that run more. There's places in the state where they run 30 calls a shift.
Okay, thank you.
And that would all depend, as you say, depend upon the call and the area transport, right? Because if they end up, well, most of them I've talked to say if they make a run to ORMC, they tie it up for 2 to 3 hours at least.
That will definitely increase the
Okay.
turnover time.
So-
Absolutely.
So,
But most of the time, they're gonna be dealing local, right, to South Lake or something like that. And once they bring the patient to the hospital, then they're available again. They could be summoned from the hospital to go to the next call. So,
Yeah, it's a fairly low percentage when
as long
we're
as they're staying
going.
within our community, they're servicing our community, as opposed to, if Lake County had to go to ORMC, they're out of our community.
Yeah, and a lot of the times you see that is because like we have a trauma patient and weather conditions won't permit a fly out,
Right.
so they have to be transported by ground or something along those lines.
And then one of the things you said about, alpha calls, could we, a future thing could be, we could have a rapid transport unit or a 60 car, to go out and ascertain that, or no?
Depending on, what we look at, I mean, there are places where the alpha calls are handled by the ambulance crews,
Right.
and they don't send the trucks out there. In Lake County, we with the exception of the ALFs where they have trained staff on hand, we send
right.
a
Sure.
truck and an ambulance to everything.
Okay. No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I guess we will move to reports. Mr. Van Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This week is election qualifying week for seats 1, 3, and 5. Qualifying closes at noon on Friday, June 12th. Also, we have a workshop scheduled for Tuesday, June 16th. I have a request for you also. We had an approval with the CRA to do a master plan for downtown, and we have gotten a specific proposal, and it's my understanding from Freddie that I need to come back to the CRA with that specific proposal. Christian and I are going to vet that out if that's truly the case, but if that is the case, I'd like to set aside a time to have a quicker CRA meeting to discuss that master plan approval potentially. And I'm thinking that we could do that on the 23rd of June at 2:30 if that's agreeable to you. And I don't know if Miss Valerie's still here, if that's agreeable with her. So that's a request I have for you.
That's a council meeting.
Yes,
Mr.
30
Waugh,
minutes before.
Isn't that the day you also asked to have a closed door? So
We don't. That didn't work for the shade session
Oh, it didn't?
scheduling,
Okay.
so
Okay.
So I
let
can
that
have
not
it.
be an impediment.
I can have
it
it.
didn't work. Okay.
Yes.
So we have another date. Well, we'll
Okay.
talk about that later, I guess.
Would that be agreeable
Yeah.
to you all?
It is if we need to do it. It's my understanding that we already gave authority for you to move forward up to a certain amount of money.
This
with a
is going to be
specific-
about, I think the quote was $172,000 plus expenses. So if we need the meeting, can we have it? And if I
Yeah,
don't need it,
we
we'll
have the
cancel
meeting.
it and let you know?
I think as our ordinance, charter say, you can do approval up to, do everything up to 50,000 if it's a budgeted item. Anything over there, it still has to come back time, and if
But
it's
we
not budgeted.
We already approved the vendor and the amount in the CRA. We approved up to 200,000 to get the master plan done. I'll be surprised. I mean, I'll rely on council, but on our legal counsel. But I think we already gave approval to move forward with an amendment to the, I don't see a reason to wait, but I mean,
I
if
would
we have
like-
to legally, we have to legally.
I would like to see it come back to council so we'll see, and present it, and so, I can see what the master plan is all about.
So this would be a CRA meeting?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
So we have to get approval twice?
We're not sure. I'm gonna look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm not so much worried about, I am concerned about approval, but you're talking about presenting and going out and doing something, and I haven't seen the master plan.
We already approved amending the master plan at the CRA meeting in January and gave a budget and a specific direction. All I'm saying is if they can move forward and get it going, we can possibly have it sooner rather than later, so we can have it before the budget. Every week that we wait on these things, it just postpones it, and we're already waiting on decisions for things because we want to get the final plans approved. So I'm just saying, if you have legal authority, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not asking you to come back. I'm not changing my vote on that.
Mr. Ward, can you please let us know what's the legal ruling is on that? whether
Yeah,
we need to come
I'm just
back?
gonna review the CRA
Please.
meeting.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Also, the wine stroll is on June 19th here in Clermont downtown from 6:30 to 9 p.m. And I just want to make you aware of some upcoming meetings you're going to find on social media. We have the Comprehensive Plan Community Meetings to help us shape the future of Clermont. There's 3 dates we have so far: June 15th at 6 p.m. at the Clermont City Center, June 16th at 12 p.m. at the Kings Ridge Ballroom, and June 17th at 6 p.m. is the Clermont Arts and Recreation Center.
Can you send them out an email, please,
Yeah, I
sir?
can.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's on social media. I'll check the website, see if it is. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One other thing I wanted to ask Mr., I know we talked about it, and Mr. Scott about, I asked you to have Mr. Scott send out the numbers on what we will be facing if this tax bill passes and everything. We got any date on when we'll be able to get those? I think we need to be able to look at that.
I thought he sent that out later today, but I'll take a look.
Well, I don't know. I haven't looked at my email since 2 o'clock, so.
It would have been later today.
Okay, so.
But I'll make sure it's got sent.
All right, I just think, all the council members need to look at the numbers, what we're looking at, if it goes through, okay, so, thank you. Mr. Waugh?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I guess I'll say I have been keeping up to date with the tax reform proposal that will go to the voters, and I've been in communication with staff on this. I think legally, there's not really a whole lot to tell you right now.
Right.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If it goes through, all things being equal, your ad valorums will only be able to be used for certain things as well. It'll cap increases, things like that, but you do also have alternative funding sources and ways of mitigating the budget impact. I think there may be new alternatives also coming up. So those will be over time, and I'll be communicating with you about those options. Look, a lot remains to be seen. I mean, remember, it's not a simple majority, it's a 60% as well.
Right.
So next, there have been developments. We did file the Lake County lawsuit in the, I guess I call it the impersonation case, someone impersonating Lead Solutions Group on our behalf. I have been in communication with Google's attorneys, and we have a plan. I should have something more to report in about 3 weeks. We have an e-bike ordinance that is under staff review. I've received comments. That'll be presented soon. We have a dark sky ordinance that it should be on the July P&Z agenda. We have a notice provision regarding expanding the notice for various approvals that will also be on the P&Z meeting in July, and hopefully there's a meeting being scheduled about that. And shade session, so I need new dates. I don't have dates that I can tell you that don't work, but what we're looking at is July for Dean Ringers. So I know that you've canceled one meeting, I think, if I'm correct. I don't know what works for you all and what doesn't.
What's the day you're thinking about?
Well, I don't really have a preference. It would be, I'll tell you this, just based on my calendar, I would prefer something the first or last week of July. But, I guess your meeting is on the 28th, is that?
Correct.
I think we could, and I'll confirm that with Dean Ringers if that works for you all. The 28th at, say, 2 o'clock? No, you've got a CRA meeting.
Oh, we got CRA.
So the shade meeting isn't in public, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Can you do one?
Yeah, I mean,
No, I can't do one.
okay, all right. What about July 7th before P&Z at like 5:30 or something like that? Someone could attend remotely, as long as we have a quorum in person.
You said July 7th?
Yeah.
At 4 o'clock?
I mean, I don't really mind what time. The only thing you're up against on July 7th is the P&Z at 6:30.
How much time are you requiring?
An hour. I mean, an hour worked last time.
So 4 to 5, 5 to 6 is good?
5 to 6 would work fine.
July 7th at 5.
Okay.
July 7th at 5?
I'll confirm with Dean Ringer's attorney if that works for you, and we'll get it noticed.
Anytime after 2:30 for me on July 7th will be okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Not 5.
Well,
Whatever time.
I'm
yeah.
just saying, if
Yeah.
you need to move it, I'm available about 2:30 on.
Five works for me.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. let me see what else. That's it for the matters that I'm giving a report on.
Okay. Councilmember Myers.
Good evening. My report is concerning the property tax revenue. I just want to have our citizens to think on these things before they cast their vote when it happens in November. My concern is that our citizens will not have a say-so in how their tax dollars are spent. They will have to travel to Tallahassee for their voices to be heard. My other concern is if the city has a need, but Tallahassee doesn't see it as a need, then our citizens will suffer. And so I admonish the public to ask, why all of a sudden should property tax be done away with? And how will the things that property taxes cover for our city be met now? Instead of property taxes being done away with, why not lower our property insurance? Because the cost of property insurance has increased by leaps and bounds, and that's truly a burden for the citizens in the state of Florida. And my other part is just to simply wish all of the fathers a happy Father's Day. I hope that you get some good food, you're loved on, and you enjoy your day doing whatever it is you want to do.
I'll be happy getting my socks and tie. Councilmember Peterson.
I guess property tax is the subject of the day right now. One of the things, I mean, I've gotten call upon calls from the people in my community, outside of my community. And I was very impressed when I went to my agenda review meeting this week that they had answers already. And I was very proud of the way you were able to be proactive instead of reactive to this situation. But the other thing I think we need to address now is we need to get our public information offices out there to do ads and everything. They can put ads in to say what's going to happen, you know, like, because everybody's going to say, hey, would you like to get some free money? Oh yeah, sure, okay. You know, so, but you don't see the opposite end of the coin. Well, what is that going to cost you? You know, okay, so you really don't need 4 tires on your car. 3 will work, you know. Just got to balance it properly. You know, I mean, we have the ability, we have people in there. I don't know if they can, if we need additional personnel to do this, because I think it would warrant it right now to, you know, this is something that's going to be a huge financial loss. And even if it cost us $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 to hire people in right now just to get this done, whether it be video ads on Instagram, Facebook, things like that, to reach the whole public, go into print media where, you know, for the over 65 crowd that don't have Instagram, but they read like all the little papers they get. You know, each community has their own little monthly publication. Put an ad in there. I know it'll cost us money, but this is something that might cost us money to save us money. So I think it's an important thing to do. And I think we got to start acting now. I mean, November's coming up really quickly, and we got to make sure that the public is aware of what it's all about. And you know, we don't, not that we want to steer the public, give them both sides. Yeah, it's really good. There is unfairness in our property tax system. Maybe that should be addressed. By just removing it doesn't address it. You know, and I think public information is the way to go, and that's how we can maybe sway the tide and not get that 60%. Of course, a lot of people will vote yes to this if they don't have the true information in front of them. That's all I got.
Okay. Councilmember Strange.
Yeah, following up on that, I hear a lot of people in elected positions and staff around the state express concerns with the property tax proposal. I, for one, actually think it's fantastic. Mostly because I am looking at the numbers, the real numbers. The 50,000 limit on homestead was adopted in 1992. And if we look at the value of properties from 1992 to 2026, and we consider the impact of that 50,000 cap in 1992, and we look at it in today's dollars, 150,000, 250,000, it's really not that much different. We're actually addressing inflation, as we often talk about up here. Back then, that's, I'm sure, what many of the conversations were. You're going to take 50,000 out, what's that going to do? So I think it's just a responsible conversation that's consistent with what Florida's been doing for the last, pushing, 35 years. So I think with all the criticism I've given Tallahassee in the last 16 months, I think they came up with something good on this one. I encourage all of you and the public, if it's published, when you look at what Mr. Boer prepared, and I asked him a lot of questions about this. I want to remember that when we go through budget, and I hope the public remembers, when they go through budget, staff is always asking for more money. It's just a fact. I mean, every budget you've ever seen is more money. And so then you'll, quote, cut it and say, well, we've cut taxes or we've cut the budget. But in reality, we're not cutting the budget if all we're doing is not increasing it as much. So if we actually look at the impact, the projected impact on our budget, and we take into consideration it only applies to roughly a third of our budget, 40% of our budget, it actually works out to be about a 5% cut in our overall budget over the next 3 years. That's it. 5%. And then we also have to remember that the restrictions on how we can use our money, it only applies to the ad valorem tax. The other 60% can be spent however we want to spend it. So it can feel like it's a lot, and I think to individual taxpayers, it is a lot. But to the government collecting from all the different sources that we collect, I actually don't think it's that big of a deal. It's a 5% cut. And 5% is going to be challenging, but it's only 5%. So personally, I think it's great. I won't speak against it. So that's where I'm at on it. I did have a couple follow-ups for staff. One is, maybe this is for Mr. Waugh, did planning and zoning get the criteria that we went over 2 months ago?
We went over this at P&Z. As I was drafting and working on it, I realized I needed more input from P&Z. And so what happened at the last meeting is I presented my work and kind of where I was at, and I'm going to get feedback from the board at the next meeting. So we're working on it.
So now we're into August.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Okay. I think, Mr. Mathis, this might be a question for you. A couple meetings ago, we asked staff to bring us back with an administrative variance ordinance. I haven't seen it. Are you working on that?
We are. We're working with staff on that and talking to, looking at some of the other jurisdictions and see what we think would be a good thing to bring back.
Okay. Do you have an estimated timeline on that?
I do not, no. I'm sorry.
Okay. And finally, I do want to share with everybody that since my last update on tourism, there have been significant, substantial, and material changes at the county level. One is our tourism director, Ryan Ritchie, has resigned and taken a position elsewhere. I do think this is an extraordinary loss for Lake County. He is very well connected in the industry of tourism. And in the wake of him leaving, Lake County staff have taken upon themselves, my understanding without Board of County Commissioner approval, to restructure the tourism office and put it under the Department of Economic Development. Many people in the tourism industry nationwide consider this to be a bad move because economic development does not actually generate revenue, tourism does, and that frequently results in tourism funds being used for governmental incentives and programs that are not necessarily the intent of the tourism. I'll be speaking about this at the July meeting with other tourism representatives on the TDC. Case in point, the Capital Fund program conveniently has not been published yet. It was supposed to come out this month, but we're holding off on that as we continue to work on how capital funds will be made available. I will tell you that I am hearing from people in the community that conversations at the county office is that moving forward, those funds will be used solely for Lake County projects. I certainly hope that that information and that rumor is not true. I do not think it would be good for the citizens of Clermont, who, by the way, generate 75% of the TDT. will benefit from these funds only being available for county projects. It is also my understanding that the county intends to continue to fund LEAD, which is fantastic. It's a public-private partnership. However, the county is also expanding its economic development department in the process, making LEAD report to county staff instead of the Board of County Commissioners. So that's my update on tourism. And I am very much looking forward to the July meeting to hear what staff have to say. They do not plan to replace the tourism director position in Lake County. They will hire somebody who will report to the economic development director, who reports to the deputy county commissioner, who is or county manager, who is the former Parks and Rec director for Lake County. And then that person will report to the county director. So the #1 revenue driving agency in the county is now under the control of 3 different departments, although it used to report directly to the county manager. So I have strong opinions about the subject. I will certainly keep you posted.
Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. I had heard the first portions of that, but hadn't heard the additional information, so thank you for sharing. Mr. Waugh, I know, and this is top of mind because I just got back from the Florida League of Cities Institute for Municipal Elected Officials this past weekend, about what cities and municipalities can and can't do with relation to spending money and putting out information relative to ballot initiatives. I just want us to be cognizant. I think all of us, and some folks already tonight, have expressed some individual opinions. I think all of us have individual opinions, and I think as council members, we are well within our right, and correct me if I'm wrong, to express those opinions. However, when we allocate city funds, I think we have to be very conscientious about skewing it one way or the other. Even if it may benefit a position that all of us, let's say if it's something we all agree on, that doesn't make it right. And so can you give us some guidance, not tonight necessarily, but can you provide us guidance to what we can and can't do, what are our guardrails, so that if we decide to fund any education just about the ballot initiative, the ballot item, this is what it would have to say in order to comply?
Yes.
Thank you. In addition to, I just had a brief chat with the city manager at our break, and I think we came to a 100% agreement on this issue of the flow of our meeting tonight being one that really, I think, fostered collaboration and cooperation and conversation. And at the last workshop where we had the trainer in here, we had talked about coming up with a model that perhaps we could try to implement that allowed for unlimited Q&A, but narrowed in our comments, including these reports, to a time limit that we've agreed upon in our rules. And so I'm taking a stab at that, and I'm going to bring that back at the next meeting for us to vote on, discuss, and hope that we could implement so that we can continue the progress we're making on the flow of our meeting, so that hopefully long term it has multiple effects, but some of those could be just how we and whoever's in our chairs work together, but also length of and maybe perhaps time of meetings. And then finally, this month is a month with a fifth Tuesday, and that means I'm going to be hosting my fifth Tuesday forum for this quarter. So that'll be on Tuesday, June 30 at 6 o'clock, and this one is going to be at the Historic Village in historic downtown Clermont. So that's Tuesday, June 30 at 6 o'clock, and anyone is welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Master.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got nothing to report, and I'm not going to make any comments on the tax reform.
Oh, you're not?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, good.
Right. Mr. Bain just scared me on that one.
What's that?
Said Councilmember Bain just scared me on that one.
Okay, okay.
I'm just teasing. So.
Well, I had it on my list to be careful, to say to you all, be careful what you're saying out there. You have a right to voice your opinion and everything, but as a council member, you have to be careful. And as a city employee, you have to be careful on which way you do go with these things. As he was saying, you have to somewhat be in a neutral position. However, as elected official, I think you're entitled to voice your opinion out there in your town halls or whatever, and answer the question. Just try to be honest and everything with them. So, trying to get staff, I think we may have a problem trying to get our public information office to put things out there. So, please, Mr. Wayne, I agree with Mr. Bain, if you will go ahead and look into that legal ramification, please. I want to thank everybody that was at my luncheon last week. Ended up with 30-something people there. Was a very good luncheon. Tax private issue came up at my luncheon, which I had to end up discussing there as well. Mr. Van Wagner, I guess, or maybe Nicole can answer this. I keep getting this question because in the manager update under the city clerks, they put out the fact that people had pre-filed. And the question to me is, what is pre-filing? I don't have no clue. Okay, so what do it mean when they say pre-file?
So you cannot qualify until this week,
Right.
qualifying week. You also have to put in all your papers, your petition, then you're qualified to run. Pre-filing is you can turn in specific papers, you can open up an account, but it does not guarantee that you qualify for your seat.
Okay.
So that's the difference between pre-filing and qualifying.
Okay, well, I guess the question, one of the other questions I got on that was the fact that I turned in my paperwork with my account and everything, but I was still listed as just picking up a package, okay? While everybody else listed as pre-filed, and everybody was asking what's I have no clue, okay? But I will find out. But now you explained it, I understand it. Let's go back to the property tax. People, I hear what they're saying about property taxes and the cost and affordability of homes and everything, but I don't think eliminating property taxes is the way to go. I think we can do a better job on other things to help affordability, because we can eliminate, you can get rid of your $4,000 a year property tax, but is that $4,000 a year property eliminated going to help you still make payments on a $500,000 house? I don't think so, okay? So my thing is that why didn't they look at other avenues? And I think one of the biggest things we can consider for as it comes to property tax in this state is the fact that I think when you purchase a house now, they base your assessed value on 80% of the value of the house, if I'm not mistaken. So why don't we drop that to 60%? So you buy a $500,000 home, instead of you paying taxes on $400,000, now you're only paying it on $300,000. Of course, you still get your homestead as well. I mean, it's other things. And as Ms. Myers said, I think insurance is killing us more than anything. I'm about ready to not insure my home because the cost got up so high. Is it even worth it? Okay, insuring my home anymore when I have to pay $4,000 or $5,000 a year for homeowners insurance, and I got people telling me they're paying $8,000 a year for homeowners insurance. You know. A lot more than they paying in taxes, okay? So why aren't we doing something about these? I mean, these are the kind of things, and the problem what I have with taxes is the fact that when we eliminate them, they're gonna put a lot of cities in a lot of desperate position. Clermont, I think, may be okay, but then if we're not getting our sales tax from the state and everything allocation like we should be right now, what's gonna happen when we have to depend upon the state to, keep giving us money? And I'm keeping in mind is, our police and fire department is steady growing. You just had a report talking about they want to do EMS. So how are we going to fund all these things if we lose all this revenue next year? Okay, they talking about doing police and fire is up for a new contract next year, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we got a lot of serious things to look at, and as I agree with Mr. Peterson earlier, the fact is, hey, we don't need to be looking at new expenses right now. In the next year, I know this year we pretty much okay because everything is budgeted, and if it passes, it won't take effect until next year. But still, You know, that's why I don't have any problem with anything that's in the budget already. We budgeted in there already. I don't have any problem going ahead and doing it, but we got a serious look at next year. Maybe we need to be doing 2 or 3 different budgets, okay? If this happened, if this happened, if this happened, you know, all these different scenarios in case. Okay, but I don't know, but this is one of the things I'm looking at and I'm concerned with, and that's why I asked the finance and Mr. Van Wagner to make sure we get the real numbers on what it would cost us, okay, in revenue over the years, if this thing go out, then of course, we need to sit down at that point and look and see, okay, what if, where we're gonna go do it, what we're gonna do with it, okay? But I just think there's other things we can do to help affordability, and the biggest thing is to bring down the cost of these homes. I think our homes are overpriced, okay, at $500,000. I know well, no, it's hard to do, but then I look at myself, okay, you can eliminate my taxes, okay? Take away all my, if this was implemented, basically I would pay no taxes, but you only saved me $213. $213 is what I would save if this go through. Of course, but yet and still, of course, my home I purchased in 2001 at a very low price, but my house is still valued at $500,000. Okay. So these are the kind of things, and that's what they need. I think we need to be looking at. People need to be looking at. We got these high price houses, so how do we eliminate the high cost of homes and bring it back down to reality, and they can afford it? Okay. And this idea about because you pay taxes on your house, you never own it. Well, then why don't you take off vehicle registration? I have to pay vehicle registration every year, right? That's a tax. That means I don't own my vehicle anymore because I'm paying registration, so let's get rid of that too. Okay. But anyway, that's where I'm at, and that's all I got to say. I didn't mean to go that far into this, but anyway, Mr. Van Wagner, I would like for you and you really sit down and start thinking about more public and private partnerships. Because I think if this thing go through, that's going to be a real key to getting us, keeping us on track and everything, more public and private partnership. And go back to even what we were saying just when I go about the EMS. Maybe that's the answer, public and private partnership, okay. So, but that's one of the things I would like for you to really look into. And I guess that's about all I have, I guess. Anybody else have anything? You okay? If nobody else has anything, meeting adjourned.